assumed that the enemy is progressive and is continuing development to improve his fighting vehicles to a point where even the Panther will be superseded by a more powerful and better model vehicle. Now, I'm going to detour heavily right now and quote the same General Scott in early 1945. Not even April 44, about a year later. And just to show some of the difference of this is what I think after the experience. Quote, since the Third Army started fighting the Germans in August, German tank losses have been virtually double those of the Third Army, 2,287 to 2,136. Mobility and offensive ability and equipment are requirements which best fit our tactics and strategy and the characteristics of the American soldier. This is not idle chatter, but is being proven daily in combat and by nearing defeat of one of our enemies who is supposed to be the last working arm of the Blitz. All in all, to meet the requirements of many theaters and many varying conditions of combat in each theater, we have the finest, all-around, all-purpose light medium tanks in the world. The fighter tank appears heavy armor, and despite hostile tanks is now ready only a year and a half after the demand for it came from the battlefield. And that is quite a reversal. Scope work for 2020 hindsight. Back to April 44. In order to perform their primary mission, armored units should have the following types of tank. A light tank for battlefield reconnaissance and security. This need will be amply met for future operations by the T-24 light tank. B. A medium tank for assaulting maneuverable targets such as infantry position, artillery, and rear installations. This tank can fulfill the role of infantry support tank. By adding heavier armor and accepting reduced mobility, this heavier tank can fulfill the requirements as an assault tank. The necessary characteristics for such a tank have been outlined in letter 14 February 1924, quote, military characteristics for a medium tank. This tank requires a gun with good high explosive effect against primary targets. Since the ammunition requirements for this type of weapon are high, the 75mm gun has up to now been standard equipment. The requirement for a gun with greater high explosive effect has been met by supplementing the 75mm tank with tanks carrying 105mm howitzers. In the M4 tank is still 205mm ammunition, 20% less than 75mm ammunition, and the rate of fire is somewhat fewer. Only after trial in battle can it be determined to what extent the 105mm will replace the 75mm ammunition tank. C. A fighter tank for the primary purpose of defeating enemy armor and for the secondary role of providing direct fire to troops, assaulting fortifications, and to provide a tank capable of furnishing good watching fire for light medium tanks. An attempt has been made to meet this requirement by the M4E6, 76mm, and various experimental models of both 76 and 90mm guns. To date, no satisfactory experimental models, including the T-23, T-25, or T-26, being developed because of failure to provide in them one or more of the following characteristics. 1. A gun superior or equal to the German. 2. Adequate stowage of ammunition and equipment. 3. Adequate fighting space for the crew to handle ammunition and fire weapons rapidly. 4. Low ground pressure. 5. Adequate muzzle brake and ammunition combination to permit rapid and accurate fire. And this refers primarily to smoke and obscuration from the fireball. 6. Adequate motive power. We have a 500 horsepower engine against a known 690 horsepower engine. It has been proposed by the Armored Board on 6 April 1944 that for 1945 production, we produced the T-25E1 carrying the following guns. 105mm howitzer, 75mm gun, 76mm gun. It is conservatively estimated that in order to make the present T-25E1 a fightable tank, to train personnel in its maintenance and use, and to get it on the battlefield in sufficient quantity will require 14 months, July of 1945. This estimate does not include the development, procurement, and issue to theaters of suitable engineer bridging equipment, a large number of tank transporters, special tools, and adequate spare parts. And again, on the side here, the standard American bridge, the M1 treadway bridge, maxed out at about 35 tons. Now, it was officially slated for 25, but especially after some pontoon modifications making M2, Sherman weight proved feasible. However, in late 1942, Ordnance told the engineers that there was no reasonable likelihood of a tank heavier than that being endured, so there was no merit in spending any effort further bridge development and acquisition. So, I guess he understood the writing on the wall for the M6 Heavy and what Barnes felt, but of course, in the end, they go and build T-26, which required a bridge, the M4 pontoon bridge. And though the M4 pontoon bridge was approved in November 44, and thus predates the series production of the T-26E3s, the versions that were overseas, no M4 bridges made it to the war zone before the end of hostilities, which of course leads to the famous delay in the wagon when Sherman could cross to support infantry on the far side, but the Pershings had to wait a few days. The transporter issue was solved by modification of vehicles already in existence, subject of course to the man-hours required to do it. Anyway, back again to April 44. But if you're new to the channel, although a few of you are, especially after the episode, which seems to have gone on, you'll discover I do tend to detour on occasion, sort of a national trade. Since the proposed 1945 tank development program cannot be effective before July of that year, it is apparent that initial operations in Europe must be carried out with present equipment. If the initial operations are not decisive, a completely new tank superior to anything yet developed in this country will be required for new operations. It is believed that such a tank can be produced in approximately 18 months. The time gained by a tank known to be inferior to the present German Panther, i.e. 25E1, instead of this proposed fighter tank, offers no advantage. It is therefore recommended that the proposed 1945 tank production program be reconsidered. That in order to provide the type of medium tank referenced above, immediate steps be taken to initiate and vigorously carry out development of a new medium tank. That in order to provide the required fighter tank, the Ordnance Department, in conjunction with Armored Board, National Defense Research Council, and Armored Medical Research Laboratory, be directed to develop immediately a gun with ammunition, turret, and fire control system, which will excel the German 7.5 KW-K-42, and which can be mounted on the same tank just above. That if this recommendation is impossible, look how long it took to design the other tanks. The above agencies be directed to produce a replica of the German Panzer V with a 75 KW-K-42, which will permit our troops to fight on at least equal terms with the enemy. Now, of course, this entire report is promptly going by the same. However, it's still informative as it is demonstrative of how the perceptions of tank inferiority apply to some of the senior staff of Armored Force at the time, not only the tank crew. It's also interesting to note that they didn't say a thing about armament. They only talked about the gun, which actually does make it. I read what the Germans were saying as they were going to let the KV say that we don't need more armament, a bigger gun. Get a bigger gun. We're happy to deal with the light armament. Americans were saying the same thing even in the field. Give us a gun that we don't care about the armament. But either way, this whole conference that he had, and it looks like he just came up with the idea on his own. The guys that made a general can't exactly say no. Colonel, the general comes on and says, hey, I'm putting together a meeting. You weren't invited. So, nobody had asked him to put this together, and obviously, as I say, with nobody that Ordnance or German, some of the realities of what they're talking about. Still, as an exercise, shall we say, a focus group in visual thinking, I guess you have to stop.
Let me show you how easy it is to use job sites. Accessing files on the job site is super simple. Just use your phone to scan.
However, let's ignore that this conference was a message from London. Army Ground Forces asked the European theater what sort of armament contributed on 1945 production of tanks. They got a bit of lead time. A Colonel Keith brought back the reply. A armament. 105mm howitzer, 75%. 90mm gun, 25% of the tanks. The two types of armament are definitely desired. The proportions must be considered as technical. B. Ammunition. 70 rounds of ammunition is the minimum acceptable in each tank, with both types of weapons. 70 rounds is to be considered as the minimum figure. More rounds are urgently desired. See mobility. The theater desired no reduction in mobility. Initial armor is not desired if it cuts into mobility. The theater considers the mobility of medium tank M4A1 as unsatisfactory because it is underpowered. The standard of mobility is the medium tank M4A3. D. Widths greater than 124 inches are acceptable only if bridges capable of handling wider tanks are furnished. E. The bow machine gun retained. F. It must be kept in mind that tanks must be moved by transporters. G. Reduced ground pressure is desired. They then gave the European perspective on the information that they were receiving about this proposed new tank that they were about to get. 25, the 26, 25, that's the one with less armor. It listed the following as advantages as European theater saw. Designed with a 90mm gun turret, has a torque converter for simplified driving, has improved suspension providing a smoother ride, will provide improved ground pressure characteristics if provided with a T26E1 track and suspension required, has a favorable silhouette. It also lists the following as disadvantages of the T25. It will not meet the theater's stated requirement for ammunition. Extreme difficulty is being encountered providing an accessible stowage of 52 rounds of ammunition. A satisfactory turret for the 105mm howitzer has not been built, and indeed would be until you get to the M45 subsurface debris. This tank is a new design, and its mechanical perfection is not yet complete. There's an understatement for M44. It must be expected that it will have to go through a period of teething troubles. Wide bridges are required if this tank is to be used. The rate of fire will be very slow, unless vast improvement can be made in the ammunition stowage. This improvement is doubtful. Progress is slow on the development of smokeless, flashless rounds of ammunition for the 90mm gun, compared to single-face action. The time required to place this tank in production will be considerable, and it is estimated that adequate quantities for combat service cannot be available before 1945. Considerable training will be required when units previously equipped with medium tanks M4 series are re-equipped with this tank. When the T26E1 track and suspension are added, the weight of the tank, now at 78,000 pounds, will be increased by between 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Now, the other proposal considered was for the M4A3 with a 90mm turret, and it says it's a possibility. It is possible that the requirements for the European theater of operations can be met by mounting a 90mm gun turret, similar to the T25 design, on the hull of the medium tank M4A3. The hull of the medium tank M4A3 will be equipped during the latter part of 1944 production with the 23-inch track and the horizontal widespread suspension. Such a tank will have the following advantages. It is estimated that between 60 and 70 rounds can be stowed in this tank without overcrowding the fighting department, again, because of the big sponsors. It's always an advantage to have the right tank as well as a disadvantage. There is, in production in 1944, a 105mm howitzer turret on this tank. The mechanical components of this tank are very well developed. The change in spare parts to ensure adequate maintenance will be minimal. The retraining required for troops to be re-equipped with this tank will be minimal. This tank can use existing 124-inch bridges. This tank can be transported on existing transporters. The time required to place this tank into production will be a minimum, since no new hull and mechanical components are required. The principal design work required will be to redesign the ammunition arenas. On the negative side, an increase in height of silhouette due to the greater height of the 90mm turret, about 4.5 inches of the 76mm tank, and about a foot higher than the silhouette of the T25E1. It will have less armor protection than T25E1, but will be equal to the M4 on the hull, and greater than the M4 on the turret. The suspension will not provide as satisfactory riding characteristics as the T25 suspension. No lovely version George Mark. Estimated gross weight of tank, 80,490 pounds, or 4,490 pounds more than an M4A376 HVSS. They then suggested making an entirely new hull design to meet the ETO's requirements, but since they realized that the chances of this happening for 1945 production would be slim, the opposite, better than scholarly, and that the final vehicle will probably have less armor than the T-1U drive, and also look a heck of a lot like an M4A3 hull. I'm just going to skip over that section, unfortunately. It doesn't go any further into it. So Armored Corps had a chew on this, and they came up with a couple of RFIs, request for information. So for example, they figured that they could install 52 rounds in the T-25E1, and an additional 18 rounds not in wet stowage. If you took away the bow gunner's position, you just got rid of the bow gunner, you put the 18 rounds there, and that would make it a 17. Would the ETO accept such a modification? That's wrong, isn't it? They want to keep the bow gunner. How quickly would they require the tank? If they want the T-25E1, it would be May or June 45. If they would accept a 90mm M4A3, maybe they could get them by January 45. If they would take the 52-round T-25E1, would they accept a tracked armored ammunition carrier to resupply the tanks to make up for the ammunition deficiency? They also observed that the T-26E1 would have the same advantages and disadvantages as the T-25E1, except one has increased weight and reduced mobility, which is not the ETO requirements. The board stated, quote, in the opinion of Armored Corps, none of the available tanks are entirely suitable as 9mm gun carrying tanks. It appears that none of them will completely meet the requirements established by the European Theatre of Operations. The medium tank T-25E1 has its principal deficiency in the matter of ammunition stowage and incomplete development. The medium tank M4A3 with 90mm turret has less disadvantage in the matter of ammunition stowage, but has greater advantages from the standpoint of being readily placed in production, causing less disturbance in the spare parts supply and in less training of troops. In the opinion of Armored Board, the use of a 90mm turret on the M4A3 chassis offers the most promising means of meeting European Theatre of Operations requirements. A powerful consideration in this opinion is the fact that, with proper support, the medium tank M4A3 with 90mm gun can be made available in combat quantities from 6 to 8 months earlier than the T-25E1. Both the medium tanks T-25E1 and the medium tank F4A3 with 90mm gun, when ready for battle, will weigh approximately 80,000 pounds. Thus, it appears that neither solution will meet the ETO desires in the situation. In any event, the use of either the medium tank T-25E1 with the T-26 suspension or the medium tank M4A3 with the 90mm gun can be regarded as only an unsatisfactory expedient in providing a 90mm tank. Every effort should be made to design a tank which will be a satisfactory 90mm gun tank. The most important consideration in determining which expedient tank, supposed to be expedient anyway, is to be used to meet the European Theatre of Operations requirement is of when 90mm gun tanks are required on the battlefield. So Armored Board recommended that, based on the limited information at the then present time, when the RFIs come back from Europe again, the medium tank M4A3 mounting a 90mm gun be considered the most promising means of meeting the ETO's need for a 90mm gun tank. But before the final decisions were made, we can hear back on those RFIs from Europe. They also recommended a new tank be designed to meet the latest characteristics requirement. A couple of weeks later, 17th of May, 1944, another meeting was held in Fort Knox. This time they dragged General Barnes out from his office in D.C. to partake, so they had somebody on the supply side or the design side actually partaking in all this. Firstly, it was observed that after doing some rejiggering, technical term, they could manage to put 71 rounds into T-25 and T-26, of which 12 would be turret. The stowage items may have to be sacrificed or removed. The protection of wet stowage was no longer an option. They just didn't have the room. The turret would be crowded, and access to the drives would be difficult. This is caused by the requirement for ETO to retain the battle machine gun. The 71 rounds, though, could be attained if all other matters were subordinate to direct weapon. The T-25 with the T-26 suspension would be possible. It would add about 1.5 tons to the weight of the tank, and obviously also to the weight of metal being dragged around by the engine. But ground pressure would drop to about 11 psi. The overstrength T-26E1 suspension would probably also require less maintenance. The M4 with the 90mm turret mentioned would not meet ETO's requirement for mobility of the M483 with 75mm gun or better, but T-25 and T-26 would. The width problem was being addressed by changes to regulation and engineer equipment, which, as mentioned earlier, was not actually going to end up going to Europe until after the war ended. Most importantly, though, and why this wasn't stated as item number 1 and just stopped the argument to begin with, I have no idea. Ordnance Branch declined to agree to the use of the 90mm M14 instead of T-25 and T-26. The M4 with the 90mm gun was not a better tank overall than T-26, and it would not have been possible to get 90mm guns before the T-25 T-26 tanks entered production. The bottleneck was 90mm gun production, which had been completely stopped. Orders had to be placed immediately for any requirements desired a year later. So, if you're going to get a 90mm gun tank, you are not going to get it any sooner if it were mounted on a Sherman or on a Pershing hull. And thus it was that the 90mm on Sherman became an item of curiosity as a user program of record. It was done, like many experiments the US did, just to see if it could be done. What would happen? The issue of ammunition, by the way, did not go away so easily. On the 5th of January 1945, a letter was sent by General Gatehouse of the British Supply Mission to D.C. to the Chief of Ground Departments of the Ground Forces, a General Waldron. The British have noticed that in the revised fighting compartment designs of the 76mm Sherman, T-26 and T-29, armored board were now prepared to accept the principle of placing unarmored ready rounds high up in the tank turret. On this point, the director of the Royal Armored Corps, Raymond Briggs, found himself, quote, in complete disagreement with the armored corps. When referring to the arrangements that there would be occasions or specific circumstances which would consider the risk of extra ammunition justified, and acknowledging that the argument was hardly new, he wrote, quote, it appears to us that such arguments do not justify the production of a vehicle with a lower degree of protection against fire than has been proven possible to obtain. He then referenced to reporting from Italy, which said that a high percentage of Churchills caught fire, and that the cause appeared to be new ammunition, which was also observed that no knocked-out 76mm Shermans had burned, when there was little doubt that a regular Sherman would have burned. This confirmed the British opinion that the chief cause of tank fires was ammunition. Information coming into Western Europe from the British Army is no less convincing, and Gatehouse said that the old system of positioning unarmored rounds high up in the tank was a retrograde step which only the man on the spot is justified in taking for special reasons for a specific operation. The British proposed a compromise, a small ready pack consisting of armored rounds, minimum of 5, maybe up to 7 if they can get them fit. They would rather have a few armored rounds than a large number of unarmored rounds. The American reply must completely baffle the British in its inconsistency. Firstly, it says the lack of wet stowage in the turret rack was a result of an ETO demand for extra ammunition, but that the folks in the US felt that with the increased armor on the tank, it was an acceptable change. Then it notes that US tankers initially wanted to carry as much ammunition as possible in the tank when being compatible, but as they became more experienced, carrying extra rounds was not as prevalent and was now actively frowned upon. However, they say, lack of suitable battlefield supply has resulted in excessive ammunition being carried regardless. Also, regardless, there was a universal demand for ready rounds. Then, an analysis of the tank losses in the First U.S. Army indicates that ammunition is not the primary cause of the majority of fires in burned tanks. Then, to quote again, while there is considerable weight in the thought that most burned out tanks are due to initial fires of the ammunition, There is no conclusive proof of this theory, and there is considerable doubt. Seriously? I mean, ordnance are fairly good. They did tests. There's a reason that they created wet stowage. There's a reason why carrying extra ammunition is, quote, frowned upon by the commanders in the field. Then he goes and says, it is recognized that unprotected ammunition high up in either the turret or the hull of the tank offers a definite hazard so far as fires initiated by enemy projectiles piercing the tank is concerned. And what else has been causing those fires in the First Army then? In any case, their position was that if you were to armor any worthwhile number of rounds in the ready rack, there would be a serious reduction in space for the loader. Which, if comma is anything to go by, is true. In view of this fact, and of the questioned cause for the majority of tank fires, it was believed that the calculated risk of unprotected ammunition in ready racks and turrets of tanks must be accepted. But to make you happy, well, look at trying to invent an armor anyway. So God knows what the British thought about that is. It is of interest to note, of course, that over time the use of unprotected stowage became again more and more common as tank rounds kept getting bigger and stowed became more of a premium. I mean, look at M60 or Leopard 1 or Marietta. No one seems to bat an eye at the unprotected ammunition in the turret. And of course, ordnance would have been very happy to dispense with the bow gunner in order to simplify and strengthen the front hull, but the end user would have nothing of it. The Firefly-Sherman conversion would not apparently have sat well with it, but it didn't anyway, that's for turret reasons. Anyway, I thought all this might be of some interest to you in understanding the deliberations behind why the vehicles came out as they were. It wasn't just the designers on the drawing boards and mock-ups trying to be as efficient as possible with the guidance of armored forces. The end users who were in the front line seemed to know what they wanted. Now, of course, all these exchanges, with the exception of that last one about ammunition stowage, happened before D-Day, when, in practice, the ETO didn't seem all that pushed about 76mm tanks, let alone anything bigger. After all, a month later from all this, those 76mm tanks would be left behind in the UK for reasons that really weren't as serious as concerns they had over the 90mm tanks. Right, so that said, I hope you found the both interesting and informative, and I will see you at the next one, which I shall add is going to be pre-recorded and not released live unlike all these other ones.
Greetings all. Yes, it is time for the much anticipated video on the development of the US's armored forces as it entered the fray of World War II. And it's a long one, so it'll be 2 parts. I've delayed this a little bit to match with World War II channel timeline in order to cover not only the US Army's initial involvement in the Philippines, but also look at the year of doctrinal development which occurred before the US brought its major armored formations to bear in North Africa months later. The US's story, like every other nation covered, has factors and concerns which are unique to the US. We cannot simply talk about armored doctrine outside of the large context. In the US's case, the parameters were geography, politics of international relations, and money. As a U.S. Army tanker, national pride would obviously have the ability to proclaim that the success for the U.S. military was a model of doctrinal development. But the unfortunate reality is that the U.S. was playing against them, and it was fortunate that the country was late in the war because the whole story was set and being fixed by a determined man at the last minute. There is another element particularly unique to the U.S. Arguably more extreme than in any nation. In the other countries, generally speaking, the arguments of mechanicalization or tank forces tended to be hashed out by the armies at large. The U.S., however, could trace several different kinds of effort delineated more along the lines of function in a very compartmentalized military. So, as we go over this, you'll see the progression more or less follows. Tanks generally were converted go on to become armored forces. Cavalry splits into two schools of thought: mechanized and horse. Mechanized cavalry merged with infantry tanks to become the armored forces, whilst the remaining horse cavalry generally converted to armored classes. Mechanized cavalry with the notable exception of 1st Cavalry Division is a infantry tank. It may get a bit confusing because the mechanized cavalry of the 1940s covers nothing to do with mechanized cavalry of the 1930s and the role. Worse, today's cavalry forces fit the don't worry. Artillery was a bit of a latecomer in this whole merge, maintaining forces but also heavily influencing on armored force and tanks force. As I said, and always complicated. But I shall start, as with all inclinations, with the takeaways that the U.S. is getting for. 1. As you know, Rockeback is the first head of the tank corps, and 2 Major here, George S. Patton, who used to field service, especially shore as a hospital, and Dwight Eisenhower, not the command of the tank division of the U.S. For equipment, the U.S. was using a mix of both the British and the French tanks, both of which started in the U.S. The M1917 developed in the U.S. Pacific and had converted that bizarre veteran missiles to the fleet units. And the Mark 8 International was built as heavy tank. Neither plane saw service in the war. The U.S. is taking more flaw with what they had acquired. The U.S. looked at its experience on the Western Front in World War I and concluded, well, not much. One of the big problems was relevance in the U.S. mission. Like the UK, the U.S. had the advantage of a body of water between itself and most other places. The U.S.'s case was large bodies of water, for which the now quite large Navy would provide a formidable offense. The U.S. population also, from pretty much from the get-go, done with the idea of fighting abroad. And so, what was the purpose of the domestic U.S. Army? Even the colonial type missions, the so-called small units, let me superimpose on a map 2 of the areas of conflict that the U.S. was involved with during the war years. Yes, that's a map of the United States. In green is the area in which the Revistas fought against the U.S. The blue is the general route of Prussia's expedition, and in red is roughly the overlay of the Western Front, the North Sea, and the Swiss border, obviously located to match the Western Mexico. This is presented to provide a ridiculous sense of scale that would be in line to go in the U.S. For me to get from an over record to Stanley Duncan to El Paso is about 600 miles. From Dunkirk to Basel is about 430 miles, with a few more curves, with hard downwind lines. Secondly, here is a picture of typical terrain in Western Europe versus a picture of typical terrain on the U.S. southern border. Of course, this doesn't apply to the Canadian border, but U.S. military thinking wasn't constrained on Canada. So, along with government policy focusing more on domestic security, and the most important area of operations being different in almost every imaginable way from the Western Front to the one of the logistically, one can imagine why U.S. thinking might diverge somewhat from that of European nations. The superior war of 1919 included the following. It is impossible that the conditions in northern France will ever be reproduced on American soil. The entire Western Front would only extend 1/3 the way across Texas. Setting up the superior war. And this was a series of recommendations set up by the First U.S. One the U.S. actually learned, and it had a couple of recommendations which would be acted upon by the National Defense Act of 1920, which was actually involving a very possible act. One of the most important of these was
That's why blood sugar increases and the feet burn. Did you know that type 2 is a completely reversible condition? You might.
Greetings all. I had promised in the last Q&A that the Jumbo deserved its own video, given that I seem to keep running out of time to say anything about it. So here it is. I'm sure much of this is known, but hopefully the odd tidbit might come through of which you were not previously aware. So to start off, one must ask the question. Given that the M4A3E2, aka Jumbo Sherman, is designated an assault tank, what the devil is an assault tank anyway as opposed to a heavy tank or an assault gun? The U.S. Army fielded all three in World War II. The U.S. Army does not, however, provide an easy answer. There is no FN for the assault tanks. As near as I can tell, the primary difference is the gun-armor combination. I have not found anything exactly specifically blunt saying out what the difference is in so many words, but this is from reading it between the lines. For example, for the M6 heavy tank, the commander of armored forces, J. Devers, rejected it on the grounds that the advantage of the size of the gun, which was, believe it or not, basically the most powerful tank gun in the world at the time, was not worth the accompanying penalties incurred by the amount of armor and the weight. The T-25 and T-26 similarly seem to have changed the designation heavy once they basically added the 90mm to the T-23, but there may well have just been more psychology to that rationale. There seems little emphasis on the armor in the documents, except insofar as much as possible, seemed to be requested. The heavy tanks, though, all had a larger, high-velocity gun than most. The assault guns are a much simpler proposition. Those are the 105mm armed M4s, of which exist in each battalion and an additional one in each company. They have their own FM. Their function was primarily to chuck high explosive in direct support of assaulting units. Their armor was no greater than that of any other tank, which leaves the assault tanks, T-14 and M4A3E2. These had guns equivalent to the medium tanks of the time, but did have vastly increased levels of armor. Or, in other words, they basically had the weight of a heavy tank, but not the gun of a heavy tank. So, before we can get to looking at the Jumbo, a quick word on the first assault tank, the T-14. The requirements for this medium heavy tank, or assault tank, were set by a meeting of the U.S.'s Tank Committee and the British Tank Commission in March of 1942. The U.S. didn't really see a need for the vehicle, but the British wanted such. 8,500 subjects, actually. However, they were supposed to get there. Ordnance Committee officially kicked off the program in May. Officially, the purpose of the vehicle was to provide a heavily armored tank, which would be used primarily as an assault tank in cooperation with infantry, either in attack or defense. I'm not sure how you assault and defense, but anyway. It was to have a comparatively low unit ground pressure and moderate speed, and to use standard M4 medium tank components wherever possible. The original British thought was just basically an up-armored M4, but the Americans took the idea and ran with it. The tank ended up being a bit of a mix of the M4 medium and technologies which had been learned off of the M6 heavy tank. It is interesting to note that whilst the two pilots were built with 75mm guns, the original specifications mentioned the 6-pounder/57 as an alternate, and also plans for the 105mm were drawn up as well. The 6-pounder would have perhaps been a bit more advantageous in the anti-armor role, and this was also about the time that the U.S. Army was looking at it as a weapon for tanks and tank destroyers, before rejecting it as not as effective at armor punching at range, and with a smaller HE charge than the 75. On the other hand, the 105 would have made a lovely boom at the cost of a lower rate of fire and more limited capability against armor. So it seems 75mm would have made a fair compromise. The original Ford V8 was later to be upgraded to a V12, and the powertrain was otherwise identical to that of the M4A3, barring final drive gear ratios. Of course, in the end, the vehicle went nowhere. The first vehicle showed up July of 1943, and testing resulted in a number of issues to do with ergonomics, the fuel system, and particularly the landing gear, which was a derivative of the HVSS found on the M6 Heavy, selected after we determined that production wasn't available for the first choice of suspension for T14 Leaf Springs. Testing for the vehicle was ended in November of 43 at Aberdeen before number 1 shipped on Fort Knox for armoured board testing, or else the second pilot was shipped off to UK today. Before the failure of T-14 was truly known, however, we've got to go back 2 months to the first week of September, when there was a visit from a General Gatehouse and Colonel Bouchier of the British Army. They had heard rumours of a new heavy tank that the Americans were working on, and could they hear a little more about it, please? Further, whilst they were waiting for this new tank, could they get T-14s to hold over the gap between? Well, it turned out that the new American heavy, T-26, was just going to be a stopgap for the British while they still continued to try to develop a homegrown design. General Barnes, the head of Technical Division R&D of Ordnance Branch, said he had nothing against T-14, but that the T-26 could be produced just as quickly. T-26 was, in his words, thoroughly tested, and when it came out it would be foolproof, but complained that nobody in the US seemed particularly interested in the vehicle. If the British bought them, well, that would be an excuse to open up the production plants, and the British agreed. Given that he was, of course, the head of research and development, General Barnes was either grievously misinformed or blatantly lying in order to advance his own cause. He strongly believed that the troops needed to get T-23 and T-26 in their hands as soon as possible, and was being frustrated by AGF's refusal to order them in number. He believed sufficiently that the British could be the source for the requirements for the conversion of factories producing new tank, to the point that plans were drawn up to fit the T-26 with a 17-pounder. On the 4th of September, when this meeting happened, the T-26 could not have been thoroughly tested, because the first prototype wasn't going to be delivered until February of 1944, and it certainly wasn't foolproof, receiving Armoured Forces rejection in late 44. Regardless, Barnes put the final nail in the coffin for T-14, as he was trying to get the one army which was originally interested in the assault tank in the first place to buy a different tank instead. This, of course, led to a problem. The assault tank T-14 had failed, heavy tank T-26 wasn't ready, and there was this invasion thing slated to happen in a little while, which, on the basis of past landing experience, probably required something with a bit more armored than your standard M4. By late December 43, trials were ordered with regards to upgrade in M4A3. The idea was for an increased armor M4, and it was approved by AGF in February of 44. To quote General Barnes on 28th February, the heavy armor on the M4 is just a stopgap and means that someone has fallen down, and we are doing the best with what we have. Barnes basically went along with it because we didn't have any of the tanks right now. A couple of days later, Barnes also observed that they have to keep the M4 designation because if they change it to anything else, they ran the risk of folks concluding that it was an entirely new tank and not just a stopgap modification. Again, going back. This M4 tank has the armor of a heavy tank and is very much overloaded. General Barnes is going to try to see that no more of these are built. We are trying to get a good tank now, T-25, T-26, but we are fixing the M4 because our troops must have a tank with heavy armor immediately. The plans for the M4A3E2 in the National Archives are dated March of 44. By this point, the final design had been sorted out. Here it is worth reflecting on a couple of items. The design is basically standard M4A3 hull with additional armor welded on, but a new turret was designed specifically for the vehicle, based on the new T-23 turret. The mount for the gun was derived from that for the 76mm, yet the vehicle was manufactured with the 75mm gun. This is, at the time of recording, something of a matter of confusion amongst the Sherman cognoscenti. Nobody has as yet found a definitive reason as to why the smaller of the possible guns was selected, 75, 76, and 105, and the choice is certainly befuddled to me. Thanks to the Lazarus Woodville armor for pointing me to a book by Sir Logan Gerard, in which it is confirmed that the primary reason for the existence of E2 was to assault the C3 line, a series of permanent fortifications. Interestingly, this is also the reason for the existence of the super heavy tank T-28, although that vehicle's timeline would be ridiculously optimistic for that. There is an argument for an assault tank to have the same big HE thrower as the assault gun vehicles, although it is also possible that a stabilizer could not be mounted, as in the Sherman 105 machine had one, or that the rate of fire might be too low for the job. Of course, it is known that many tankers believe the 75mm to be the better general-purpose gun, having a better HE ranking than the 76mm, and good enough aiming capability for most armored vehicles. A concrete bunker, however, is not most armored vehicles. It is my contention. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that my contention is not met with overwhelming approval, so as I bounce it off, that the 75mm is the worst option against fixed fortifications such as will be found on the safety line. The shaped charge 105 might well do what the large HE round couldn't, while the high velocity 76mm would simply be able to crack the bunker by punching through. Even today, SEMO rounds can, by doctrine, be used to weaken the permanent fortification prior to putting a few heat or HEOR rounds in. And in 1944, the high velocity cannon was found on the tank destroyers, such as say 76mm projectile, in other words, was considered by doctrine to be a highly effective fortification weapon. The 75mm may well be the better round against infantry, anti-tank guns and the like, but if you have to punch through a foot of concrete first, arguably not so much. Yet, for some reason, the apparently best weapon for use against the requested target type was not mounted. Again, at this time, nobody seems to have a definitive reason as to why. I guess we'll come back to this. Anyway, there is another point of some misconception. I have encountered in the past a few people saying that the number of E2s built should have been more than 254, given that the tests of the overloaded M4A3 were successful. This is a misunderstanding of the reality. The tests were indeed successful, but they were not based on the requirements of the medium tank in the first place. They knew going in that the vehicle was overloaded, and they set their expectations accordingly. Those very first tests with an overweighted A3 didn't even say the conversion was feasible. Quote, if only limited operation is to be encountered. Quote. Further testing confirmed this initial assessment, and indeed the purpose of the vehicle, according to Armored Corps test report, was, quote, limited operation at slow speeds for infantry support. Quote. This was not to be used as a medium tank, and although the E2 proved popular, one could not rely on them for critical warfare. The vehicle was basically ordered sight unseen, and the testing agencies basically got their hands on the 4 domestic pilots at the same time as the main production line was in full swing for field trials. Only minor modifications would be likely. On the plus side, well, at least they were working with, generally speaking, a known quantity in the M43. The ergonomics would be fairly well known, and the vehicle was basically a late model WEP 75A3 with few changes. One of which was the addition of 1.5 inches of armor welded on top of the extant front and side upper hulls. It was noted by the testing agencies that the lower hulls retained the same protection as the original M4s. There's a drawing appended in the test showing how applique armor might be added in between the bogies. Of course, that would also add more weight to the vehicle and would have left the parts around the bogies themselves under armor. Armored Force thus considered the E2 to be undesirable armor, though they did acknowledge that thickening the lower hull could only be readily accomplished by either reducing interior volume or changing the drivetrain, both of which were significant factors against. The 10.25 ton fully stowed turret was a new one varying from 6 inches up front and 4.5 in the rear, but was generally modeled again after the 23 stern with a 6-round ready rack. The map that alone added 1,100 pounds of turret weight. The 75mm gun had a by 5 optic, and you could expect to put a 10-round boot into a square foot at 1,000 yards, which the report described as satisfactory. The average dispersion was 0.3 of a mil. And if you want to know what a good dispersion was, the 76mm Sherman would demonstrate about 0.11 mil at 1,000 yards. Of note, the testing indicated that dispersion was much smaller when the gyro stabilizer was used, as the gyro stabilizer would require reach and weighting. If the stabilizer was turned off, Even if the vehicle is stationary, a noticeable jump in vertical dispersion would result, almost double what it was in stabilizing. Now, this is the first reference I've seen to such a phenomenon, but the report is written in such a manner that it indicates that this was already a known effect to the Armored Force testing personnel. Of further interest, although the heavy turret took thrice as much torque to turn on level ground as a standard M4375, and only 1.5 tons on a 5% slope, it actually took about a third less at 15%, evidently the way the turret was balanced. Regardless, the full 360 turn took 17 seconds, courtesy of the oil gear system, which compared favorably enough to the 15 seconds on the much lighter standard turret. Overall combat efficiency in gunnery runs was considered satisfactory at speeds of up to 10 miles an hour and at all angles of fire, loaded from all angles as well. And of course, the unique part of the E2 was the armor, and they certainly shot the bejesus out of the final guardhouse, as you can see. This was between 5.5 inches thick at the nose and 4.3 inches thick further up, and weighed in at about 1.5 tons over that of the standard housing. The photo should provide a couple of interesting nipples. We shot the bejesus out of the final guardhouse, as you can see. This was between 5.5 inches thick at the nose and 4.3 inches thick further up, and weighed in at about 1.5 tons over that of the standard housing. The photo should provide a couple of interesting nipples for thought. The first is that despite the 18 rounds of 76mm or 90mm fired at it, the armor continued to hold up, even when the impacts were only 6 to 8 inches apart from each other, which says something about the resiliency and lack of brittleness of the metal. A report on an E2 turret cast by Union Steel indicated a brittle hardness of about 207. The next is that even 90mm rounds embedded in the armor. When fired from the direct front, neither 90mm AP nor APC could punch through the armor. For testing purposes, they made the rounds hot, with the fastest impact being 2,865 feet per second. Ordinarily, the muzzle velocity for APC is 2650. Only perpendicular impacts on the very nose of the housing can punch through, albeit at nearly 1.5 kilometers range, according to the ballistic tables, but the tank destroyer report rated it closer to 1 kilometer. The only chance a 3-inch or 76mm M62 would have would be the impact on the direct front of the nose at under 600 yards. One of 2 test rounds slightly missed the ideal position, fell low, and then failed to penetrate. Now, if you could lob the rounds so that they land perpendicular to the 56 degrees that the armor was sloped at, as in the upper left corner, the 90mm round would punch toward 5 kilometers. This would be considered something of an unlikely occurrence, however, and testing was presumably simply done for science. If you're curious as to how all this was done, by the way, it would be either by custom paddle loads or a specially configurable gun platform to allow much lower muzzle velocities than a round would normally have. You'd use a chronograph to measure the velocity around an impact, and from there you could estimate what range a standard round would have to travel from a standard gun in order to slow down to that speed. You wouldn't want to do what you guys might do repair work on this afterwards, so the shock of the impacts would be the start of the crack of the jump lines, the welds, or shear off the bolts, meaning that a fair bit of drilling and tapping would be required, but still against a method of replacing the whole tank. Now, it wasn't as if the tank was invulnerable. One 3-inch round fired at the turret rear deflected off the other side of the bustle, punched through the whole roof, and then out the floor. A couple of oblique 90mm impacts of the turret sheared a majority, 22, of the turret hold-down bolts. The solution was to make neck-down bolts. A rather simple solution I would have never thought of, but then again, I'm not an engineer. So far, then, we have a tank which is easy to use, and which can take something of a beating, as long as we know our rear hull is intended. This obviously came at a cost. The first was in simple speed. In order to allow the tank's powertrain to handle the increased weight, the final drive gear ratio was increased by about 14%. This obviously slowed the tank down, but on the other hand, it would still compare favorably to the radial engine M4s. Indeed, on hill climbs, the
E2 completed the 1.5-mile course in 5 minutes 18, right in between the A3's 4 minutes and 17 and the A1's 5 minutes 44. It also slowed down the tank's reverse speed. Armored Forces already were thrilled by the standard A3 reverse speed, but the A2 could reverse out of trouble at a maximum of under 3 miles an hour. On the whole, though, under favorable conditions, the tank was considered to be about as nimble as the standard A1, negotiating pretty much all the obstacles and ditches that the A1 could. Overall, fuel economy was about 1.5 gallons to the mile on the road and nearly 3 gallons to the mile off-road. Things got decidedly bad in mud, though. Even with the extended end connectors, the 13.9 psi resulted in dramatically inferior performance. Standard medium M4s could operate where the E2 could not. That wasn't just flotation on side slopes, the weight of the vehicle simply dragged the tank down to the side. The test vehicle operated 580 miles before the transmission exploded during engine braking on a steep downslope. Now, in fairness to the E2, the investigation deemed to have been a quality control failure of the transmission and not caused by the weight of the tank itself. During this 580 miles, the suspension held up better than expected, with only 6 wheels requiring replacement, 5 of them in the last 200. That said, the report noted that drivers had been instructed to take it easy, not to slam in bumps or drive at maximum speed, given the known overloaded state of the suspension. However, the reports did note that the springs were already heavily compressed, that bottoming out was likely, and that these springs would fail far sooner than normal. This seems to be borne out by reports in the field once the tanks had commenced operation. The weight issue may also be the answer as to why the 75mm gun was chosen. They had the same weight somewhere. In the field, though, the lack of 76mm was felt, and about 100 of the tanks were upgraded to the 76. This wasn't actually a particularly complicated process, the 76mm origins and mount, though one does wonder how much work went into rebuilding the ammunition stowage, which presumably would have to be taken out of or knocked out or sacrificed in the 76mm tank, presumably they would be the wet stowage. 75 hours per tank was conversion, I suppose. One must wonder about the field expedient jumbos, which are created in Europe by welding additional armor to standard 76mm frames. The drivers must have had to have been particularly careful not to stress the vehicle's powertrain or suspension. There was certainly a lot of pressure to restart production of the E2 from the European theater, maintenance issues aside. It was proving highly popular. Presumably, maintenance issues would have been mitigated by the simple ease of maintenance of the M4 chassis and the overall commonality of standard A3 tanks. Certainly, there were plans in the National Archives dating March of 1945, which saw revisions as late as February 46. Presumably, many of the problems with suspension and flotation could have been solved by the use of the wider HVSS system. However, of course, this was never done. Most likely, the reason for this was the T26, approaching service status. By the time the new E2s went into production line, the T26 would have already been in full-scale production, like the E2 rather new. And of course, there was the development of the T26B5 assault tank, also in the pipeline. Of the 254 built, are still around, was a spare turret. One is in Belgium. I've seen it in the one museum in Brussels and in Gaston, so I'm not sure what it is right now. Cobra King is having the U.S. Army Museum built around in Virginia. There's one in Fort Benning with a 76, but without duck built. There's one in Little Falls, Minnesota, and the American Heritage Museum has a gun, also without duck built, in Boston. One is a monument in Carbon Hill, Alabama, but with a very old three-piece differential housing. And there's one undergoing restoration near Vancouver, and one more is in private hands, so west. Finally, there is the turret of one sitting on a standard A3 in Fort Carson. So that's it. Capabilities and liabilities of the Jumbo. It can be argued that the tank was a little late, but work on it still seems to have started before the true awfulness of the T-14 was officially realized. The small numbers were a reflection of the fact that something was necessary, but they didn't want to spend time and money and production capability on something that was flawed. And it didn't get restarted
But by that point, there was something better on the horizon. So, I hope you found this interesting and informative. I'll see you on the next one.
This holiday season, enjoy fast and reliable home internet for your family and the extended family. When you switch.
Greetings all. After completing through a fire hose course from the Army last week, I've never had a lot of time to do editing for this particularly heavy. However, I have been inspired a bit by a post recently by Steve Zaloga over on the Book of Faces, in which he admitted he had a secret forbidden love. There are a number of candidates out there for worst tank ever. Some would say mouse. Others, who are apparently willing to risk their lives for saying so, might say not simple or tolerable. A very common answer would be Valiant, and indeed it was number one on the expected list of worst tanks ever, and from the short test report that I've read, I can see why. That said, Ed over on the Armored Archives channel is an argument that it wasn't actually as bad as all that. I agree with them, but much conclusions. Covenanter also has claim to the title, but again, there's been a recent research indicating that by the time it left service, much of the trouble was fixed. However, all these tanks are, comparatively speaking, fairly well known. The following ones, however, not so much. The vehicles in question are the Dutch order Marlin Harrington tanks. Stephen described the Aberdeen report he read as the comparative with the dictionary. However, I had a suspicion as to the meaning, given that I happen to have come across copies of the Aberdeen test reports of vehicles in my own archive digging, and they are some of the most scathing reports I've ever encountered from anyone. Now, it could perhaps mean that since these were not ordnance designs, the ordnance personnel doing testing may have felt more free than grip. But that doesn't necessarily make the report inaccurate, and in fairness, they didn't seem willing enough to put that failures in as well. So, as a birthday present to Steve, I give this report on the CPMS and NPLS tanks. Not really what they actually is. Give me a little bit. This is a lot. Now, as I'm going through this, please bear in mind that these are production standard vehicles built to fight lining. These are not prototypes, which you would expect would have bugs that need to be identified and worked out in front. There is going to be a lot of reading here, and ordinarily I don't go for all that much. But I think in this case it's necessary in order to get the full effect. So settle back comfortably and listen to the dulcet tones of my voice as you hear the call to sleep. Anyway, Marlin Harrington are an American company at the time out of Indianapolis, which had been sidelined in other vehicles. As far as tanks were concerned, their efforts before the American involvement in World War II may have left something to be desired. They did try building some light tanks for the Marine Corps, didn't really work out too well. In the meantime, though, they did have tank manufacturing capabilities bigger, and some countries were not. China ordered 240 CPLS or TC light tanks for its ongoing dispute with the Japanese. However, there was a dispute on the exact capability of the vehicles provided, and China refused to accept delivery. They were accepted into service on an emergency basis from the U.S. Army as a light tank T-16 and sent to secondary parts of the world, pending replacement by something better, which would prove to be basically almost anything else really that would be built afterwards. Almost. At least T-16 was accepted for service. The same cannot be said for the next Marlin Harrington production, the CPMS-1 PBI. It's to be noted, by the way, the documentation refers to them as CPMS-ITBI as well. They are, however, commonly referred to as the 3-man Dutch tank, distinguish it from the 4-man Dutch tank. These were produced for the Dutch East Indies Army on an emergency basis because the preferred tank supplier, UK, was rather focused on building vehicles for the British Army instead. However, since the Dutch East Indies failed to maintain a status of going concern with see for most of the vehicles, and the U.S. Army looked at doing what they did with the T-16 using Phillips frames. The contract was taken over by the services supply, and then they sent to Colonel Eddy of Aberdeen a letter in December of 1942. Let's see. War Department offers the chief orders for to direct the proving ground. The Bomb and Harrington Company, Indianapolis, Indiana, manufactured a number of 3 men and 4 men tanks for the Dutch government due to the inability of the Dutch to utilize the vehicles that had been taken over by the U.S. government. In order to determine the suitability of these vehicles for use by our forces, 1 vehicle of each type is being shipped to the proving ground with the attention of Colonel Hicks for test purposes. Colonel Hicks, by the way, is not the reason we have a lot of this. Upon receipt of these vehicles at the proving ground, it is requested that they be tested under such features of the staggered test progress as in your judgment will determine their suitability for military use by the forces of the United States. The report of the test should show characteristics in relation to any comparable vehicles in our service and include statements as to relative reliability, accessibility, performance in relation to the standard U.S. vehicle units. So that sets the stage. The first vehicle we're going to talk about is the CTMS, and described neutrally as follows. The 3-man Dutch tank model CTMS 1TDI is fabricated half-inch armor plate with wool-bib construction. It is very angular in appearance and resembles light tanks for 1937 T3 and M2. The turret is operated manually and has a traverse of 360 degrees. The armament consists of 2 caliber 30 machine guns mounted in the bow and a 37mm 44 caliber automatic gun and caliber 30 machine gun coaxially mounted in the turret. The suspension is vertical body spring type similar to light tank suspensions. The track is steel connected with steel pins without bushings. Power plant consists of a standard 4-stroke cycle liquid-cooled 6-cylinder Hercules RX-LD gasoline engine equipped with dual carburation and magnetic ignition system. Powertrain consists of a conventional type 5-speed transmission, control differential, and final drive unit. Characteristic use of so that is what it was. I will also tell you that the vehicle massed in at 25,435 pounds, so somewhere just over 12 tons. And away they went. The vehicle clocked up 454 months of operation, mainly in March and April of 1943. So your basis for comparison here, the Army's already got M5 light tanks and M4 medium tanks under production. Observations. And I'm not going to read absolutely everything here, but you should get it. The engine is rated at 174 brake horsepower, but the maximum drawbar horsepower obtained with the field dynamometer was 99 dynamic brake horsepower. The cooling of the engine was very inefficient. The drawbar pool is not adequate and should be approximately 75% of vehicle weight instead of 29%. Tractive resistance was exceptionally low. Not climb either the 18-inch or 24-inch vertical walls. The third bogey wheel on each side would drop below the 18-inch wall and then prevent forward movement, and the number 1 bogey would be the 24-inch. The steering brakes and parking brake held the vehicle on the 30% slope, however the brakes were not holding on the 40% slope. The vehicle will climb slopes up to and including the 40% slope, which actually was bad. The engine was very hard to start. The battery was being continually discharged due to excessive use of the starter. Main causes for hard starting were faulty ignition, faulty carburation, and a tendency for the engine to jump behind. The gear shift was very hard to operate, primarily due to the short leverage of the gear shift lever. The position of first gear is so far from second gear that the vehicle stops before a shift from first to second can be accomplished. Oh, good news. Operation in the sand pit was satisfactory. Vision from any position position inside the vehicle was greatly limited by the small vision apertures, and personnel were constantly trying to get into a position to allow a larger field of view. Ventilation inside the vehicle was very poor, even when operating with the turbocharged open. Heat radiated from the powertrain makes it necessary to remove glass blocks from the vision apertures in warm weather operations so as to secure some air circulation within the vehicle. So if you're running in warm weather, you've got to pull the armored vision along the support. A whole bunch of specifications. The following component failures were encountered during the test. The ignition system was continually causing trouble due to either weak spark or changing timing. The magneto had to be adjusted and replaced, and the engine retimed during the 306 month operation. Due to hard starting characteristics of the engine, the vehicle had to be towed to start numerous times and the battery was discharged twice during the test. Removal of the battery from the engine compartment requires removal of the engine exhaust pipe and carburetor throttle. The parking brake burned out during cross-country operation after 4 miles. One bogey arm faceplate was broken at the Doppler 253. It was discovered that the parts in the bogey arm assemblies are not interchangeable. Basically, you couldn't take apart one bogey and put on another bogey. It was also not possible to order a new faceplate without ordering an entire new bogey assembly. The vision ports consist of a rectangular casting bolted to the hull and extending inside the vehicle approximately 3 inches. As the sharp angular castings present a hazard to both drivers and assistant drivers' faces, they were covered with sponge rubber from M4 periscope headrests. Starting the test. The tow chain provided with this vehicle broke the first time it was used. Inspection revealed that the welding balance was inferior. The steel cable is more satisfactory. The splash trays and the filler tubes in the fuel tanks are a source of trouble as they collect water and allow it to enter the fuel tanks through the filler tubes. I suspect water in the fuel tanks is good. During cold weather, ice forms in the splash trays and has to be chipped loose before you can open the filler caps. The headlight grills are of no value and prevent the cleaning of the headlights after operation of light terrain. The grills should be eliminated to allow cleaning of the headlights and to permit more light to be delivered to the road. The guards around the headlights do provide sufficient protection against breakage. So your headlights suck, but at least it's going to grow. And I should say that is basically the best thing that is mentioned in this entire report, is that the headlight guards protect the headlights. Then there is a slew of failures. So when they got it, it had 100 miles on the clock. Shield, cable for batteries, to generator were loose, and the bulb control panel broke out. They got 56 miles before the front return spring broke. Spark plug wire ignition wire cracked. They had to clean the spark plugs, they had to retime the engine after 58 miles of operation, clean the carbs. Starter switch wire had worked loose and needed to be replaced. Then they got another 100 miles, and that's when the bogey arm faceplate fell off, and the left hit my bug, but it couldn't get replaced or take off. Chain to a probe. Water and fuel system stopped the engine. Oh, you saw that coming. Distributor, broken high tension contact on the rotor, that's at 300 miles in. Battery had to be replaced at 400 miles, magneto be replaced at 402 miles. Track shoe had to be replaced at 405 miles, parking brake burned out at 430 miles, and also there was a motor. Magneto adjusted 461 miles. The carburetors had to be adjusted at 461. The battery had to be replaced again at 525. So this after the one, so that was at 424 miles. Starter failed at 553 or 450. Yeah. Following observations. Failure of one track block, one bogey arm faceplate, and all of 304 miles of operation indicate that the suspension would be a major source of trouble. Suspension parts are not interchangeable on the same vehicle or of vehicles of the same type. None of the suspension parts are interchangeable with existing standard vehicles. The suspension provides a very rough ride, but it's hard on the operating personnel and contributes to each other farming platform. The hull, so So half an inch of armor again offers no protection from enemies, particularly is not designed to deflect fire as it is constructed with three almost vertical steps. Maintenance is difficult to perform in this vehicle due to the inaccessibility of the engine and powertrain. The engine is mounted low in the engine compartment with very little spacing around it. The powertrain is covered with cowling, which has to be removed. The space inside the vehicle is too limited to permit efficient work. Yeah.
Holiday rituals. Mom's Ritz Cracker holiday bark and Dad's loud sweaters.
Okay, we have concluded that there's not much improvement to be said about this technology. Here's how it actually worked out. The gunner would sit to the left of the gun. The position was described as extremely cramped with the right shoulder hitting the cradle of the gun, the left shoulder jammed up against the wall. Progressing was difficult because the ring and bearings were muscular, which I suspect is a possible concern. So, okay, in conclusion, after all this, the report states, quote, the vehicle is thoroughly unreliable, mechanically and structurally unsound, underpowered, and equipped with unsatisfactory armor. It is recommended that these vehicles be considered unsatisfactory to be used by any armed force in the United States. Interestingly enough, the vehicles did still somehow get around. The ones that Dutch did receive ended up in random locations with Dutch influence. Ecuador bought a dozen of this continent in Peru. We saddled Mexico with 4 of them, so for no reason wasn't because they already were using them for vehicles. Cuba took 8 and kept the things in service, especially through the 1960s, and may be the only combat users of them during the wars. Guatemala also took the half dozen. There are at least 3 currently in the U.S., generally pretty miserable conditions, so in theory I can tell you, but I doubt it. Suffice to say, none of these vehicles cover themselves with glory. And you will note that I skipped over the 3700 gun. That's because of my machine gun. That's because the 4-man Dutch tank, the MPLS 1G14, has 2 of them, so it's double trouble. Don't want to forget. And again, the name seems to vary, but 1G14 is one test releases. In the meantime, I shall read the description of the US. The 4-man Dutch tank MPLS 1G14 built by Marmor Harrington is a 42,000 pounds without a Panther 4 a full track main vehicle powered by a 6-cylinder liquid-cooled 240 horsepower engine manufactured by the Hercules Corporation. The vehicle is a front-drive employing a 5-speed transmission with a Marmor Harrington controlled differential drive with dual controls. So this is drive if necessary. The Marmor Harrington all-steel 18-inch track uses outside guides, integrally cast track blocks, and the suspension is a vertical volume tight spring with bogey blades. The hull is made of flat plates bolted together, varying from 1.5 inches thick on the front to 1/2 inch thick on the top. So again, 1943 was being tested for this bridge ability earlier, but still 1.5 inches thick vertical. The turret has a 360-degree traverse and it mounts 2 37mm 44 caliber automatic guns, 1 swivel-mounted caliber 30 machine gun, 1 caliber 30 anti-aircraft machine gun mounted on the outside of the turret. The auxiliary armament consists of 3 caliber 30 machine guns. Yeah. For whatever reason, Aberdeen was sent a very well-worn one, which somehow has managed to bust 2,400 miles per dollar. Because 20 miles was the difference you failed. When they took it apart, they found that the tank had a slower failure, so it was not worth repairing, and they simply asked for a repair in the tank. This new tank got 362 miles from the testing program. So, random tidbits. It does actually start out a little bit better than the tank. The vehicle forded 48 inches of water at a speed of approximately 1 Splash, no water leaked in the engine providing power. The vehicle went over the 18-inch vertical wall easily in the first gear to reverse. It went over the 24-inch wall in the first gear for failing to reverse. Then things started turning downhill. When the vehicle was operated in the sand course, it was exceptionally slow and sluggish. This was due to the fact that the vehicle is underpowered. When comparing this vehicle with the light tank N381, it is found that even though the engine horsepower is approximately the same for both vehicles, the Dutch tank weighs in at 42,000 pounds, while the light tank weighs in at 28,500. The vision from any position inside the vehicle was greatly limited by the small vision apertures of both the driver and assistant driver were constantly trying to get into a position which would allow them to obtain greater field of vision. A couple of administrative mechanical measurement notes. After 176 miles of operation, the 10 bolts that held the left rear idler to the hub bolt loose and the idler was done. All of the bolts failed in the heads in case of canister heads or else it was wrong. After operating the vehicle 337 miles, the steering brakes adjustment had been taken up as much as possible, and still the vehicle could not be delivered satisfactorily, so the differential was expected. Brake drums were found to be cracked, brake bands were worn out. Since the control difference is the same type and size as one used in the Freeman vehicle, it is believed that this control differential is too small for the whole tank. During the entire operation of this vehicle, considerable difficulty was encountered with the track. Failure is the phone. The way the track was at Armageddon, imagine this is a Armageddon. The Armageddon wishes of the race. Has a rivet on one side, now on the inside, and has a hole located on the outside. And what would occasionally happen is that the rivet off, there would be nothing holding the track in, and it would work its way out, and then the track would fall apart. The proposed solution is to put the right track on the left side on the right track, and then have a T-34 construct a ramp in the back so that if the pin was sticking out too far, it would fall out and would get whacked back into place. They did not actually attempt to do so because the test was to drive this vehicle any length of time is very tiring since the steering levers are extremely short, so an extension of 11 inches was added to the levers. This reduced the turning effort necessary to turn the vehicle from 100 pounds to 60 pounds. Even with this reduced steering effort, the vehicle was tiring to drive because of the ground force, small vision force, and short gear shift lever. And that's basically it. So far, the tracks fall off, the wheels fall off, the engine is not powered enough, the armor is rusted. By the way, there's no mention in this report anywhere of a radio. There's no mention of the headlight guards in this report either, so they were limited. The engine compartment is watertight, but maintenance is there. The steering and brakes have failed greatly. The engine is broken. Let's see what else we can do. So, on to the weaponry. Perhaps it can be redeemed by the sound of it. Starting off with the machine guns. So, as mentioned, the CTMS came with two hollow space, running away with a flexible ball machine gun, and it came with wax. The NPLS does better, as a ball mounted on two big balls, or whatever, although when it's much more emphasis, one coaxial, a ball mounted to the right of the turret at the end of the other reason, and they implement for the awesome firepower of the caliber 30 aircraft. The guns themselves were quoted in G38 B2s, of which I know nothing until I reached out to him for a briefing. And apparently they're basically knockoffs of the current 1917 19 series, but almost none of the parts of the chain of the Brownies. Putting into them did work well enough, and indeed, one was testified in the BBC no negative mechanical issues were encountered. That would mean that there is at least one piece of the CPMS tape which recorded. Well, that's right. The report claimed that even though Caliber 30 could function satisfactorily, its effectiveness in battle would be greatly impaired by the small flexibility of gun mount and inadequate size mission kits. However, because the guns did technically work on CPMS, that may have taken it out of contention for the title of worst tank, because the guns did not pass the test fire on MPLS. Not because of any particular fault with the guns, but because the mounts were so badly manufactured that they could not physically install the guns in the first place. You note that the photographs did not install. Either the mounting holes were misaligned so that the holes in the trunnion mounts that you basically put a pin to hold the gun in place did not line up with the holes on the gun, or the holes in the mounting shields were too small to let the gun fit. So on to the 37mm gun. American Armaments Corporation M2 caliber in length. It is described as an automatic gun, but the test refers to it as a semi-automatic. Actually, the test refers to it as many things, but mechanically semi-automatic. And in fairness, at the time it was not unusual to see people refer to semi-automatic weapons, particularly cannons, which are automatic loading, as automatic in their description. And in this case, it actually is a self-loader from the kit. It's loaded in a manner similar to a traditional semi-automatic gun. Now, manually open the breech by using a detachable handle. You insert a first round by either a couple of fingers, or there is a specific loading tool. I suspect you want to use the loading tool because while you are keeping the round in place, you slowly release the breech. You then place a 5-round semicircular clip of ammunition into the feeding gun for subsequent rounds. Reloads of the clips were stored on the hull. 3 37mm guns were available to test. CPMS, 2 on test. And it should be noted also that the 37mm round is not interchangeable with the US Army standard for these guns. So first, they got into the CPMS, brought it down to the range, somehow made it there. They trumped it, I don't know. But, give an example. They fired the first round, they keep fired the first round at 1440. Here we go, round 1. Failure to eject. Later, the ready for round 2. Fails to eject. Another 10 minutes of work. Round 3 is fired. Successful ejection. Then the mounting actually seems stable, and we now have ejection. We discussed the prep work. About half an hour later, they load a clip into the feeder. Prepare for automatic fire. Round 4, gun jams. 15 minutes later, they're going to try again. Round 5. These guys are nothing if not persistent. 4 p.m., round 6. At this point, they decided to call it a day. Went home, slept. Next afternoon, they're back on the range, giving it another try. 4 more rounds were fired in a 35-minute period, and each round failed to eject. Decided to take the gun apart. And in fairness, they believe part of the problem was using the long gun, which had prevented a long enough recoil stroke to reliably open the breech. But there was also a problem with the ramming mechanism as well, which would have prevented reloading anyway. Still, as I said, I had 3 guns in movement, so the move became MPLS, which MPLS had powered the travelers. They set to work on the left gun first, closest to the gunner. Pull the trigger, actually all you would do is there's a lever that you would push forward to fire the gun. But you could fit a soft point into the gun. Push forward on the lever and nothing. Try again and not give anything. It turned out that the exterior spring wasn't working. They also figured out that if you inserted a screwdriver through the side of the cradle, it was possible to release the steer and then fire the gun. They did think that the right gun was capable of firing the gun, but by this point, word came down on high that this was all a complete utter waste of time to function stuff messing around with rubbish and go guns useful. In the end, the report stated The armament of this vehicle is unsatisfactory from the standpoint of accuracy, maintenance, and retainability. The guns are not provided with stabilizers, and the unstable firecraft will render their fire highly inaccurate during vehicle operation. Also, due to their complex structure, they require a kit of special tools for maintenance. Sum up the NPLS report. The vehicle is slow, sluggish, and unmaneuverable since it is underpowered. The control differential or the system is unsatisfactory. Driving fatigue is excessive since the steering levers are extremely short and the driver sensitive position. Shifting the vehicle is difficult due to execution. The driver's and assistant driver's vision is inadequate, and the traffic is unsatisfactory. The hull is ballistically unsatisfactory since it was flat, folding plates that are practically dead. And the 37 tank guns use power ignition. The conclusion in the report. The four-man Dutch tank model MPLS is not a satisfactory combat vehicle for any branch of the armed forces. The vehicle is thoroughly unreliable, mechanically and structurally unsound, underpowered, and equipped with unsatisfactory armament. Now, again, this is a production combat tank. Valiant was worked on. Crusader supposedly got fixed eventually and did at least perform a useful training work. They built several hundred of these Dutch order tanks, and they were never fixed. The vast majority was simply scrapped immediately. A number ended up showing up as gun turrets or other things. The Australians thought the only good thing in them was Hercules' engine, which they took out of the tank and lost. There seems to be absolutely no redeeming quality in this tank whatsoever. I would submit that not only is the NPLS in the running for the worst tank you never heard of, it may be the worst tank ever. And so there you go. I hope you found the video interesting and informative. I will see you on the next one. Take it. Greetings all. Okay, the next Q&A, number 17. Firstly, as usual, I'm going to go back to a couple of issues from the previous Q&A, and I'm going to kick off with the depleted uranium discussion. Yes, I am aware that there is concern of the lingering effects of the EU on the environment, particularly as regards to the water table. This stuff is, after all, a heavy metal. However, it does seem that a lot of folks are not familiar with the recent research into the negative effects of tungsten, and this is benign as originally thought. Put it this way, you don't want a bunch of military-grade tungsten alloy in the water table either. And it does have to be the tungsten alloy, not the pure tungsten. This is research that's maybe lasting for 15 years. The idea that we're not poisoning the world by not you doesn't hold water. Also, Steve Zaloga sent me a copy of his article many years ago in the Military Modeling magazine about the Chinese using tanks. That's another question which I have no answer to.
On the 3rd of June 1998, a family travelling on the high-speed train from Munich to Hamburg was shocked when a sharp strip of metal shot up through the floor of the train, embedding itself in the armrest between two seats. The occupants of the carriage fled along the train, with one of them hurrying to fetch the conductor. They may have felt relieved to have so narrowly avoided injury, but could not have known that as the train raced onwards towards its destination, they were just minutes away from one of the worst rail disasters in Germany's history. Germany has an extensive network of high-speed rail lines which are served by specially built trains that can travel astonishingly fast. While ordinary passenger trains travel at speeds of under 160 kilometers or under 100 miles per hour, German high-speed trains on some lines are capable of traveling at 300 kilometers or 186 miles per hour. High-speed trains first began running in Germany in 1991. Japan had already developed high-speed rail with the Shinkansen or bullet train, and Italy and France had soon followed suit with high-speed rail lines of their own. High-speed rail travel was generally seen as a boon for the economy. It was safe, relatively inexpensive for passengers, environmentally friendly when compared with other forms of transit, and above all, fast. Germany's high-speed trains were referred to as Intercity Express or ICE trains and were run by the state railway company Deutsche Bahn. In their early years, most passengers reported a generally positive experience, but there was one issue that many noticed. When travelling at high speeds on ICE trains, there would be a great deal of vibration, enough to cause knives and forks in the buffet car to rattle noisily, and glasses to move across the table of their own accord. The cause of this vibration was found to be the wheels. They were of standard monoblock design, where each wheel was cast as a single complete part. When in use, these wheels would wear down unevenly, something which, over time, resulted in vibrations that were transmitted up and into the carriages on which the wheels rode. To solve this problem, the wheel design was changed. The monoblock wheels were replaced by wheels that had several components: a central core, a metal tyre that wrapped around the outside of the wheel, and a rubber damper between the two to reduce vibration. This type of wheel design had been successfully used on trams for many years. Engineers working for Deutsche Bahn calculated that these wheels would still be safe and functional at the much higher speeds of the ICE network. Tests were carried out, but some tests were cut short as Deutsche Bahn executives were keen to roll out the new design and resolve the vibration problem as quickly as possible. Once they did so in 1992, the new wheel design completely solved the vibration issue, well for several years without any significant problems. In 1997, Österreich, the company responsible for running the trams in Hanover, noticed cracks in the wheels of some of their vehicles. While the components of any machine will wear down over time, these cracks were appearing much earlier than they had expected. Österreich quickly replaced the affected tyres and adjusted their maintenance schedules so that tyres would be replaced much more often, before cracks had any chance to form. Österreich also informed Deutsche Bahn of their findings, as they were aware that the same type of wheel was in use on high-speed trains. However, as Deutsche Bahn had not noticed any similar problems on their high-speed train wheels, no action was taken. On the 3rd of June 1998, an ICE train was travelling from Munich to Hamburg. At 10:30 a.m. it departed from the station in Hanover, the final intermediate stop before its destination. A little less than 20 minutes later, a powerful jolt rocked the first passenger car, and a sharp piece of metal exploded up through the floor, intruding into a compartment where passengers were seated. Passenger Jörg Dittmann was sitting with his family directly above the place where the piece of metal entered the carriage. Indeed, it pierced the armrest between his wife and his son. Jörg and his family quickly left their compartment and moved to the next carriage, while Jörg went to find a conductor. He found one in the third coach and quickly explained what he'd seen. Following his training, the conductor said that he would take a look at the damage. Per company policy, he could only initiate an emergency stop of the train after he had inspected the problem. He and Jörg returned to the first carriage, noting on the way that the train had begun to sway alarmingly as it raced along the rails at around 200 kilometers or 124 miles per hour. Just as Jörg was about to point the conductor to the damage, the train violently derailed.
Could we add a jelly donut?
Yeah. Can we add an old fashioned?
Can we have vanilla cream?
Can we have chocolate
Can we
sprinkles?
have vanilla sprinkles?
Can we have strawberry
Can we
sprinkles?
have a
derailment began with the third car. The front motor car and passenger cars 1 and 2 survived intact, but the third carriage derailed and hit a bridge which passed over the track. The impact caused the bridge to begin to collapse. Car 4 was able to pass underneath the fallen bridge before riding up into an embankment and crashing into some trees. Part of Car 5 and all of Car 6 were crushed by the fallen bridge, compressed in places down to a height of just 6 inches. The subsequent cars piled into the wreckage at full speed, derailing and crashing into one another so violently that 8 carriages ended up occupying the same space that had, just moments ago, been occupied by 1. 2 Deutsche Bahn railway workers who had been attending to a job underneath the bridge were instantly killed. Many of the passengers on board met a similar fate. While passengers in the first few cars, those that passed under the bridge before it collapsed, lived, the vast majority of those further back in the train stood little chance of survival. Locals from the nearby town of Eschede were drawn to the scene by the sound of the crash, with emergency services arriving just a few minutes later. More than 1,000 emergency workers converged on the crash site, including the police and the army. Around 40 emergency physicians were attending a conference nearby and travelled to the site to provide emergency care for the wounded. The rescue operation was a challenging one. There had never before been a serious accident involving an ICE train, and as such, none of the emergency workers had ever worked on one before. Now, as they tried to cut seriously injured people free of the wreckage, they found that the train's pressure-resistant windows and doors were extremely difficult to cut through. 87 people were treated for serious injuries, with many ferried to hospital by helicopter. In total, out of 287 passengers and 8 crew on board the train, 101 people died in the crash. Jörg Pittman and his family escaped without serious injury, as did the conductor that Jörg informed about the damage to the train. At the time, high-speed rail in Germany had a reputation for being safe and efficient. The crash was, therefore, an immense shock, especially as no accident of comparable seriousness had yet taken place on high-speed networks anywhere in the world. The Fraunhofer Institute for Structural Durability and System Reliability, or Fraunhofer LBF, carried out the investigation into the cause of the crash. The sequence of events as determined by the Institute was this. The piece of metal that had been thrust up into the compartment occupied by Jörg Pittman and his family had in fact been part of the metal tyre that covered one wheel of that carriage. After having been worn down over time, the tyre had broken, with some of the remains being propelled up into the carriage. The remains of the tyre were stuck like a spear through the floor of the carriage. The tail end of it dragged on the ground below. As the train passed over a set of points, the tail end of the embedded tyre made contact with the points, wrenching them out of alignment and partially derailing that set of wheels. The train continued along the tracks with one set of wheels partially derailed, causing the swaying motion that some passengers had noticed just before the crash. As it approached another set of points, one partially derailed wheel made contact with the points and altered their position, effectively changing the orientation of the points as the third car was passing over them. The rear wheels of the third car and every car which followed it were directed down a different track from the front motor car and cars 1 and 2. This caused car 3 to turn sideways and derail completely, smashing into the overpass and beginning the disaster that destroyed the rest of the train. It was found that there had been many opportunities to avert the accident. In 1992, Fraunhofer LBF had warned Deutsche Bahn of the possibility of tyres failing on high-speed trains. Likewise, in 1997, the tram company Ustra had also raised concerns about the durability of the wheels. Deutsche Bahn had acted on neither of these warnings. Further, it was found that the routine inspections of wheels had been carried out visually, using flashlights to look for cracks or signs of stress. Equipment specifically designed to detect metal fatigue was available, but was not used because this equipment was seen as being too sensitive, with a history of delivering what the company believed to be false positives. In the weeks leading up to the crash, complaints made by travellers of excess vibration on board some of the cars involved in the crash had been logged but not thoroughly investigated. The conductor who had not stopped the train was questioned, but later absolved of any blame. He had correctly followed procedures that he had been trained in. His job was primarily customer service, and he did not have the technical background to know whether emergency stop procedures were appropriate or not, or the standing within the company to change them if they were inappropriate. Deutsche Bahn accepted responsibility for the accident. A set amount of compensation was paid to the families of all those who had died or been injured, and further claims against the company were all settled out of court. 3 employees of Deutsche Bahn, whose roles meant that they had some direct responsibility for the accident, faced criminal charges. All 3 cases were resolved with a plea bargain after a lengthy trial. The case was dismissed, and each of the accused ordered to pay a fine of €10,000. Many changes were made to the German rail network in the aftermath of the Eschede rail crash. Firstly, wheels on all high-speed trains were replaced with a monoblock design. The entire network was assessed to identify any other places where track points were situated just in front of bridges or other obstacles, and these points were, in most cases, moved. The pressure-proof windows and doors that had resisted cutting during the rescue operation were replaced with windows and doors that could be released or broken easily in the event of an emergency. A memorial to those who died in the crash was established in 2001. In a field close to the crash site, 101 cherry trees were planted, one for each person who had passed away. The names of the deceased are carved into a stone wall, and at the far end of the site, the stone staircase leads upwards to nowhere, ending in empty space.
Our firm is located in the Larkin building, in the Larkin district. We have actually been in the Larkin building for almost 20 years. We, are excited. We've seen a lot of growth and development over the past 20 years.
So we are on the 8th floor of 726. So being in a location like this for us is perfect because it combines historic preservation, neighborhood revitalization, small business and entrepreneurship development.
We have 24 offices across the East Coast. We needed to kind of find another place and expand our vision for what this company means, and that enabled us.
In a turn of events that absolutely nobody saw coming, I think I like modern art now. Today we're talking about modern art and the historically supported objective fact that the CIA used it as a psychological operation to defeat communism. That's not a joke. Just so we're on the same page, I keep saying modern art, and I'm going to keep saying modern art, but more specifically I'm talking about abstract expressionism, which is a subcategory of modern art. So for this, think of it as like the Jackson Pollock type stuff. The stuff you look at and you're like, wow, that's worth $200 million, and I'm pretty sure my 3-year-old could do it. That type of art. And to be completely honest with you, I had every intention of this just being an 8 to 10 minute video of me talking smack about modern art and how dumb I think it is. And over the course of researching for this video, I have had a complete 180 change of heart. Not only do I think that modern art is pretty cool now, I was so compelled that I went out and bought my own piece of modern art. That's how great this story actually is. And we're going to get into it right after a word from our sponsors. This video is brought to you by Socket Life Go Ball. It is a full spectrum hemp oil recovery recovery bond that you can put on any type of athletic injury, and it's going to work better than any other product. We've got East Side versus West Side, just like Biggie and Tupac. But instead of rappers, we have communism versus capitalism. They're going to be competing at literally everything under the sun. Okay, most people think about Cold War, and it's like, who has the best weapons? Who has more nuclear bombs? That's true, but there's also the culture war. America and the Soviet Union are competing against one another at absolutely everything possible. This is why we have awesome movies like Miracle, because America needs to beat the Soviet Union at hockey, and we need to win the most Olympic medals, and we have to have the best art and the best music and the best economy. It is a cultural war on everything. Now, some of these cultural battlefields are going to be way tougher than others. For example, the Olympics is going to be unbelievably tough because the USSR is just going to go in and give all their athletes funding, and it's going to be their full-time job to train to be an Olympic athlete 30 hours a day. On battlefields like this, there's not a lot the American government can do to ensure victory other than sit back, cross their fingers, and hope to God a genetic freak of nature like Dan Gable wanders out of a cornfield and wins Olympic gold at wrestling without giving up a single point. So in things like sports, it's just going to be what it's going to be. It's a good old-fashioned shootout. But on other battlegrounds that have a less defined rule set, America's going to cheat its ass off every way it can.
You're goddamn right.
And two of these extremely important yet undefined battlegrounds are art and music. And America doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with the Soviets in, say, music on a category like classical music because, well, the Soviets are going to do the same thing they do with their Olympic teams. They're going to take a one-year-old that can barely walk, shove a violin in their hands, and make them play it 18 hours a day till they become the best violinists on earth by the time they're 7. And the American government basically has a strategy of like, yeah, no thank you, we're just going to take something the Soviets don't have and make it extremely popular, and that way, win automatically. So the government, by way of the CIA, takes a bunch of money and funnels it into the jazz industry. They take the best artists like Louis Armstrong and send him on global tours all around Europe and every other country they can get into, showing off this new style of music and making it popular across the globe. And it's something that the Soviets just aren't going to be able to compete with. And jazz ends up inspiring rock and roll. And then rock and roll ends up inspiring metal. And next thing you know, it's 1991 and Metallica is having a concert in the USSR with 1.6 million people in attendance, and 3 months later, the USSR falls. Coincidence? I think not. And they have the same exact strategy with art, okay? What are the Soviets good at? They're good at the traditional stuff. That old school realism, okay? Which, let's be honest, kind of not super needed anymore ever since we invented fucking cameras. So the American government is like, well, what do we have that's different? Let's back that. We are going to back modern art, which is abstract expressionism, where it's literally just art for the sake of art. That's literally the definition of abstract expressionism. It's just doing it because you want to do it, because you're expressing yourself through some medium in some fashion, and that's where you get things like Jackson Pollock paintings. He's just expressing himself. Now, that doesn't sound like that big of a deal. However, it is a humongous deal because it's exactly the type of thing that you can't do over in the Soviet Union, pursuing a passion project to make a living. Now, can you be an artist? Absolutely, you can be an artist in the Soviet Union and get by just fine, provided that you're exclusively willing to paint hyper-realistic pictures of our glorious leader. And if you get bored with that, you're probably allowed to paint some pictures of our astronauts not landing on the moon first. Or maybe, if you get really bored, you can paint some muscle mommy holding a shovel, or maybe a bunch of workers returning home from the fields, but they all better have fucking smiles on their faces. So that's the angle that the U.S. government's going to take. They're going to show off modern art, because modern art is nothing other than art for the sake of art. It is a symbol of freedom. It's not this tired-ass stuff the Soviets were doing. This paint nonsense. All their artists over there with their techniques and their well-refined skills. No, this is America. We're going to throw shit at the wall. We're going to win anyways. I mean paint at the canvas. We're going to throw paint at the canvas, and we're going to win anyways.
How do you know when you're done with a painting?
How do you know when you're done making love?
Oh, when you wash your penis in the sink and go to bed.
If we can't dazzle them with our intellect, we're going to baffle them with our bullshit. So that's the official plan of the U.S. government. All we have to do is make this shit popular somehow. How are they going to do it? That's easy. Copious amounts of taxpayer money. So that's what the U.S. government does. Right after World War II, 1946-ish, they just start pumping money into modern art, trying to get as many eyes on it as humanly possible and making it seem as cool as possible. And it was not well received pretty much by anybody. Even the art community was divided. Half the art community hated this stuff. Okay? They felt like it was the rest of art, which makes sense, right? You spent your whole life developing this skill set, you make beautiful paintings, and then out of nowhere, here comes this Jackson Pollock guy in his drip phase, and he's just fucking overhanding paint at a sudden he's more famous than you are. It's absurd. And that's just the criticism they're getting from their own community. Once the church-going, more conservative crowd gets a hold of this shit, they lose their mind. They fucking hate it.
One of the many tools of the devil.
Because you gotta realize from this, like, church-going conservative viewpoint, the majority of artists, generally speaking, have always been more left-leaning, which is completely fine. But in this instance, the majority of these abstract expressionist artists that are blowing up are, like, borderline communist sympathizers, or some of them are even self-proclaimed communists. I mean, Jackson Pollock worked on a May Day float depicting the workers overthrowing Wall Street. Like, they have some pretty controversial political opinions. So, from the perspective of this church-going conservative, it is literally a bunch of commies trying to destroy art. And they're using our tax dollars to do it. We can't allow this to happen. It's a slippery slope. First you let them call this art, then they're going to be having concerts called Woodstock and putting flowers in their hair and smoking weed. Forrest Gump's girlfriend's going to get AIDS. It's going to ruin the entire world. Okay, to be fair, they weren't actually worried about Jenny. But there was a bunch of conspiracy theories going around. One of the biggest ones was that because a lot of the artists doing this type of art were communist sympathizers, is that this weird abstract art form was some way for them to convey secret messages back to the Soviet Union. Maybe these were like maps of secret U.S. military installations, and they were all spies gathering intel, and this is how they shared it back to the USSR. Absolutely no merit to it whatsoever, but those were the types of things that people were saying. So due to the pretty violent backlash from all directions, the U.S. government has to abandon this project and quit putting money into it almost immediately. So now the U.S. government is in this situation where they have something that they want to do, but literally none of their constituents want them to do it. So clearly, they're not going to do it. The video's over. That's at the end. Not this fucking kidding. Obviously, they're going to use the CIA and do it anyways, and they're just not telling them what they're doing. That's just how the government gets down, apparently. So in 1950, the CIA helped fund and set up this new organization called the CCF, the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And this isn't just for art. This is going to be a gigantic shell corporation that the government pumps money into to attack everything communist in culture. This is going to be an anti-communist propaganda-making machine. At its peak, the CCF operated in over 35 different countries. They owned and published over 30 different magazines. They owned entire news outlets. They're promoting anti-communist books, music, art, intellectuals, anything they can do to fight the communist ideology, they're doing, and they're funneling it all through the CCF. And this was deemed so successful overall that the CIA website actually says, and I quote, "The Congress for Cultural Freedom is widely considered one of the CIA's most daring and effective Cold War covert operations." So the CCF is huge, but we're focusing on art, and art has a unique issue in that modern art is already deemed super controversial, so they don't want the CCF to come out and support it directly, so they have to figure out a way to support it indirectly. So the CIA goes out and they're like, okay, we're going to get all these art foundations that already exist to work with this. Unfortunately, most of them didn't want to work with the CIA because it's, well, A, they're a bureaucratic nightmare, and B, most of them didn't like modern art. So at this point, the CIA is like, fuck it, we'll just make our own art foundation. So they go and they approach like a bunch of super wealthy people in New York City, and they're like, hey, start up an art foundation, we'll do all the work, we'll do all the paperwork, we're just going to funnel a bunch of money and art through this foundation. I'm sure you'll end up getting like tax write-offs or something. So all the rich people are like, dope, absolutely, go ahead. And they did this like 50 times. They amassed a gigantic network of phony art foundations where they use that to just funnel money directly into modern art. Okay, they're funding the artists, they're giving away rewards, they're buying the artwork, they're donating, and then they go to the museums and they get the museums in on it. Now the museums are going to be disproportionately showing modern art more than anything else, inflating its popularity, but that's not where it stops, because now the CCF can get involved. Now that it's like 2 to 3 degrees removed, we're going to bring the CCF in with their 20 magazines and their news outlets, and we're going to have the magazines start publishing articles about all these modern artists and how great all this art is. And then, if any art critics want to have their opinions published in any of these 20 magazines or covered by the news, they better have the right fucking opinion about modern art. So the CIA forces this into the mainstream, and it's everywhere, in all the media, all the time, and everybody sees it. And this is like the peer pressure effect, right? You see this in all the magazines, all the art critics love it. Eventually you're like, shit, am I the only person that thinks this is dumb? If everybody else likes it, I don't want to be the only uncultured swine that looks at something that I think my 3-year-old can do and that doesn't understand the deeper meaning. So I'm just going to lie and pretend and say that I like it too, just so I'm part of the cool kid group, so I'm deep and thoughtful and sophisticated. So people started to like modern art. It's like candy corn, okay? I know that candy corn tastes like shit. I've never met a single person in my entire life that actually liked candy corn. Yet somehow, some way, every October, it's literally everywhere. It's got the best marketing on the planet for no apparent reason. I don't even know what company makes candy corn, yet it's everywhere all the time for the entire month of October. But candy corn's got to be a psyop, too. It's got to be like nuclear waste. That's how the government gets rid of it.
I have no idea, but sorry, I'm getting distracted. The holiday shopping rush is here. Ulta's got last-minute gifts covered. Clinique's Almost Lipstick, Peach and Lily's Glass Skin Kit, and for the divas, Valentino's.
Now, I can't prove that candy corn is a psyop yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm upset about this now. But we do know for a fact that modern art was a psyop, or at least its rise to fame was a psyop. And we know this because in 1966, the New York Times had found out that the CIA helped make the CCF, and they ran it as a story. Now, they only knew about the CCF. They didn't know about all the other extra stuff that they did in the art community with the founding of all these different shell art foundations. That didn't come out until the 1990s. But it did get the ball rolling for a bunch of conspiracies because now the art community is super skeptical of abstract expressionism. Now, it just didn't make sense from their point of view. You know, usually, typically speaking, it's almost common knowledge that most artists don't get super famous until after they died. Yet somehow all the major abstract expressionists, Jackson Pollock, de Kooning, Rothko, these guys were all superstars during their lifetime. They had multiple page spreads in magazines. They were making tons of money. They were rich. They were famous. It just made zero sense, historically speaking. Because of this, a lot of people in the art community thought for sure the government had to be behind it. In 1974, famous art critic Max Kuzlov said that it was, quote, a benevolent form of propaganda. And here's the kicker with this. We don't know to what degree the artists that benefited the most from this actually knew that they were being used by the CIA, because as far as they probably knew, they just received a bunch of money from some art foundation owned by some rich guy. They didn't know that that rich guy was actually working with the CIA. On the flip side of that, maybe they did know the entire time, and some people cite the fact that Jackson Pollock later in his life denounced communism as evidence of that. However, in my personal opinion, I don't really buy it. I think these guys had no clue, and I think that Jackson Pollock denounced communism later in life because he got famous and rich as fuck. I mean, the dude was selling paintings for $8,000, which if you adjust for inflation is like 95 grand, okay? He had a lot of money, and let's just call a spade a spade. Every young college kid wants to share the wealth, and then they get a little bit older, and it becomes their wealth that needs to get shared, and then their opinions change. Now, that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. However, I hope I'm right for a couple of reasons. One, I personally just find it funny that the U.S. government was using unwitting communist sympathizers to fight against communism by showing off all the freedoms they have because they didn't live under communism. To me, that's art. And B, and also another reason that I think I'm correct, is that I think the CIA knew that this art couldn't be propaganda. I mean, they were going to use it as propaganda, and they knew that, but it was very important with the creation of the art that the artist had no idea that it was being used for propaganda. It needed to be a true, authentic expression of that person, because that's what made this art so effective, is that we were showing off freedom, the freedom of self-expression. That's what abstract expressionism is all about. So if you're not picking up what I put down, what I'm trying to tell you is that most people think of the Cold War. They think of an arms race between America and the Soviet Union. Who can have the most nukes? Who can have the most fighter jets? Who can come up with the best, most creative, efficient way to kill the enemy? But at the end of the day, that was a moot point from the get-go because there was always mutually assured destruction between America and the USSR should it devolve to a hot conflict. And what actually won the Cold War was the culture war. Because when it came time for the USSR to fall in 1991, they didn't want to drag America down with them. Because everybody in the Soviet Union was wearing blue jeans, drinking Pepsi, listening to Metallica, and Gorbachev himself was doing fucking Pizza Hut commercials. They didn't want to destroy America because they wanted to be like America. Or at the very least, they recognized the fact that the world was a better place with America in it. The Cold War wasn't won by having the most nuclear warheads. It wasn't won by putting a man on the moon first. It was won with blue jeans, junk food, music, and art. And to quote JFK, art is not a form of propaganda. It is a form of truth. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch on Satellite Truth.
It's been 2 years since that disaster struck. The city's population is now sparse. In an effort to escape the monsters, you found a grounded nuclear submarine, which is undoubtedly...
This is easily one of my favorite stories of all time, and it is the epitome of it's not stupid if it works. Today we're talking about Operation Beaver Drop, that time that a bunch of World War II veterans that worked for the Idaho Fish and Game Department got assigned the task of relocating a bunch of beavers to a different habitat, and they decided that the cheapest, safest, most cost-effective way to go about that was to strap them to parachutes and throw them out of a plane. And we're going to get into it right after this ad, because I got bills. This video is brought to you by Conflict of Nations, a free for the AIDS pregnancy. Alright, let's just take this from the top. Beavers, okay, one of my favorite animals. Why? Because I believe it is the animal that is most similar to humans. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to, what about monkeys? What about apes? What about chimpanzees? They've all got thumbs and they poke shit with sticks and they eat bananas just like people do. That's fine. I understand they're very similar to people. But beavers are the most similar to humans in spirit. We're the only animals on the planet with the audacity to walk into a new ecosystem and be like, wow, I hate everything about this. I can A, migrate, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go with option B and change everything about the world around me to make it suit me better and fuck everybody else. Now, do I enjoy the wetlands that beavers create with their dams? No, it's not my jam. However, game recognizes game because when a beaver sees running water and is like,
You gotta do this looking for this all I needed for him to do that in it. We can't push over with it.
it's no different than when it's July and it's hot out and I decide to turn my air conditioner on so I can domesticate the wind so that my balls aren't hot, okay? It's about changing the environment around you rather than changing yourself. Okay, it's just that species-wide main character energy of I don't need to evolve anymore, I'm perfect how I am, I'm going to evolve the world around me to some shit that I like more. So, while I have a great childish respect for beavers, unfortunately for the beavers, between the 15, 16, 17, 1800s, their furs made dope-ass hats and they were really popular all across Europe, and the beavers were almost hunted to extinction for their pelts. Okay, and as I'm sure you can imagine, no beavers means no beaver dams means no wetlands, and no wetlands messes up the entire ecosystem. Okay, we can't have it, we gotta quit killing all the beavers. So the early 1900s, people realized this, they put protections on the beavers, and we quit trying to hunt them to extinction, and actually try to help encourage their population to build back up, okay? Fast forward, like 50 years, 1945, 1946, right around then, all the young men that went off and fought World War II are coming back home. They got a bunch of money from fighting that war, they want to get a wife, build a house, have some kids, do people things. So they start expanding, and one of the places this happens in is a town called McFall, Idaho. And they start expanding, and the town gets bigger and bigger, and eventually it displaces a bunch of beavers that have been out in the woods doing beaver things for hundreds of years. And these new beavers get displaced, and they go out and they start fucking up a bunch of farmers' fields and irrigation systems, and it gets to the point that the people in the town are just going to start shooting these beavers because they're messing everything up. At this point, the Idaho Fish and Game Department, presumably also full of World War I and World War II veterans, steps in. They're like, no, we're not gonna kill these beavers. These guys are awesome. They do a lot for the environment. We're gonna take them. We'll move them somewhere else where they can thrive.
We're not killing beavers. We're just relocating them.
So here's the plan. They're gonna capture the beavers alive. They're gonna drive them as far as they can on roads, and then they're gonna pack them in on horses and mules, miles and miles into the wilderness, where they're not gonna be near any humans ever. And this is a complete disaster pretty much from the start. They capture the beavers alive, stick them in a cage, throw them on a truck, try to drive them hours and hours into the wilderness. This is really hard on them because beavers, they're a lot like me. I like to sit in my house in the air conditioning. They like to sit in their dams in the nice, damp, wet environment to keep cool. Beavers can't keep cool in the back of an un-air-conditioned truck in the mid-1940s. A lot of them are getting heat stroke, they're passing out, they're dying, they quit eating, or they get super agitated and they're very combative the entire time because they're hot. Then even if the beavers do survive the truck ride, they're all pissed off and angry, and now they're getting strapped to a horse or a mule, and that pisses off the horse because he's got a bunch of angry beavers all over him, and now the horse is pissed off, and the whole thing just, it doesn't work. So now the Fish and Game Department is like, well, what are we going to do? We got to save all these beavers, we want to get them up in the mountains so they can build their wetlands, it's going to help protect the town from flash flooding, it's going to prevent erosion, it's going to be great for the environment, we got to save these guys. And one guy at the Fish and Game Department presumably is like, I got an idea. Hear me out. We do have an awful lot of extra surplus parachutes from World War II laying around, and we've got a plan. Okay, now to us, in 2024, this sounds insane. But you gotta remember, this is 1948, okay? There's no OSHA, there's no, rules and regulations, and it's in Idaho, which is basically the middle of nowhere at this point. Nobody's telling these guys what to do. A bunch of World War I, World War II veterans are like, huh, it's actually a pretty good idea, Jimmy. You know, it did work in Normandy, and the beavers aren't even gonna have Germans shooting at them, so I mean, pretty high likelihood they'll be fine. Let's try it. once it hits the ground and gets the beavers to the ground safely. Pretty simple. It's basically two halves of a box with some holes drilled in it. They weave the rope through. Once the parachute lands, there's no more tension on the rope. The box just kind of falls open. The beavers get out and start doing beaver things. So first we're going to test it before we put any innocent beavers at risk. We're going to take some empty weights, put them in the boxes, go up in the plane, drop them over the practice field, see how it goes. It goes fine the first couple of times. Okay, let's try it with one beaver just for practice. So they go ahead, they pick an older male. He's out of his breeding prime, potentially dangerous to some of the younger males. If something does happen, he's lived out most of his life. They name him Geronimo because they're a bunch of meatheads and that shit's funny. So they put him in a crate, they take him up in the plane, drop him off over the practice field from 800 feet. Geronimo makes it and survives. Now, obviously, we're not going to put all our beavers in one basket because of one successful test run. We need multiple test runs to be certain this is going to work. And now that Geronimo is technically our lucky beaver, he's going to do it again. So he does. Geronimo does it again and again and again, and he keeps jumping, like more than 12 jumps this beaver makes. And by the end of it, the parks employees reported that Geronimo would actually run up to them and help them put him in the crate because he was ready to go again. Huh, this is animal abuse, and what if one of those boxes didn't open after the parachute landed? Huh. Okay, first of all, no it isn't. I've already went over the options. A, they can stay where they were at, being displaced, and end up getting shot by farmers for messing up their crops. B, they can spend days in transit on the truck and on a pack mule suffering and potentially dying. Or C, we can throw them in an airplane, fly them there in 15 minutes, and then throw them out the side. They can get their jump in while they're doing their Band of Beavers reenactment, okay? It's literally the best option. Okay, secondly, why are you worried about the box not opening? Like, did you think about this at all? It's a pine box, and that's a beaver. Okay, literally the only animal in the animal kingdom known for cutting down trees with its fucking face. I have the utmost confidence that if one of those boxes malfunctions, the beaver is going to figure it out. All right, so now they have their beaver delivery method. They develop a plan. They pick out a bunch of different locations all over this wooded area where they're going to be able to drop these beavers off in groups of like 3 to 5, 2 males, 3 females, 1 male, 3 females, something like that. Enough that they're going to be able to rebuild their own little colonies, but they're going to be spread out enough that they're not going to congregate in one thing. And it's going to be a humongous boost to the beaver population. This is what conservation is all about. So they get that all figured out. They have the plan in place. They know the delivery method. Now they just got to go catch all the beavers. So they go back to town, catch them all. There's 76 of them. They take them back. They start loading them in crates, and they're going to take them up in a plane and throw them out the side. And here's the best part about the whole thing. They filmed it.
Into the drop box. Nearly ready for that flight back into the mountains.
And this is where you can really start to see that this is a different time. I mean, look at this absolute Chad just manhandling this beaver into that crate with no safety equipment, no gloves, no eye pro, nothing. If this were modern day, that guy would have leather protective gloves up to his elbow. He'd have safety glasses with a hard hat, with a face shield, with a leather apron. He'd have 2 dudes holding his hand while he did it just to make the safety guy happy. No, this is just some angry war veteran throwing a beaver into a box like it's another 8-hour work day. It's fantastic. That's it. They get the beavers loaded up on the plane takes off, they drop all the beavers in their designated drop zones. 75 out of the 76 survived. I don't know how they know this. I'm assuming they had people on the ground at the different drop locations to make sure the box is open or that the beavers made it or whatever. But apparently the one beaver that didn't make it had somehow either slipped through the crack when the rope was loose or eaten his way out of the box after they let it out of the plane. And the beaver was last seen standing on top of the box with the parachute above him, and he probably would have been fine, except when he got 75 feet off the ground, he decided to jump. So on one hand, that's kind of sad, but on the other hand, natural selection. If the other 75 beavers figured it out, you didn't. Probably on you. On a happier note, though, the boys at the Fish and Game Department decided to hook up their lucky beaver, Geronimo. This is posted in the Journal of Wildlife Management, Volume 14, Number 2, April of 1950. The article, Transporting Beavers by Airplane and Parachute by Elmo W. Heater, Idaho Fish and Game Department, Hall, Idaho. And I quote, Geronimo had a priority reservation on the first ship into the hinterland and met with 3 young females went with him. They had to hook up the boy. And he made it. Apparently they went to check in on him a couple years later, and his new colony was, and I quote, very well established. And Geronimo was not unique in that, because pretty much every drop zone ended up turning into a thriving beaver colony in the following years, because they kept tabs on this entire thing. And not only did it work, it was also super cost effective, because according to this journal, the cost of transplanting one of these colonies was $30. It was $2 for the box, $16 for the surplus cargo parachute, and the flight time, man hours, and fuel totaled to $12 for a total of $30 per colony. And just to be clear, that's the actual crazy part about this story. It's not the fact that they actually had airborne beavers to go save the environment. No, that seems pretty reasonable. The crazy part is that these guys back in the 1940s managed to get the job done, have fun, and record it, and they did it for like $300 to $500. Because we all know in modern times, if they wanted to do this, there'd have to be like a 15-year-long environmental impact study that costs the U.S. taxpayers $25 million just so that the government could determine that if you drop beavers off in the forest, they will in fact do what beavers do. And then once the government goes ahead and says it is in fact okay to put beavers in the woods, it's going to take another 10 years for Lockheed Martin and Boeing to bid on the contract worth $100 million to relocate 100 beavers into the woods.
Is it just me, or was that the stupidest thing we've ever seen?
Sorry, I'm ranting. In conclusion, the moral of the story is if it sounds dumb, but it works, it's not that dumb. And sometimes it's ridiculously cost effective to just let people do their job. Also, beavers are cool, and airborne beavers are even cooler, and this has been the story of America's band of beavers, the airborne paratrooper beavers that went in to save the environment. Thank you. This is probably the most Marine Corps story I've ever heard in my entire life, and there's absolutely no way that it's been embellished. Like a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, we've already talked about the Marine Corps' most famous animal hero, Sergeant Reckless, the horse that was adopted by the Marines during the Korean War that would go on to become the hero of Outpost Vegas and the first horse to ever partake in a Marine Corps amphibious landing. But before Sergeant Reckless, the Marine Corps had another hero from the animal kingdom that partook in multiple amphibious landings in the Pacific theater of World War II. Today we're talking about Sergeant Seawash, aka the Devil Duck. But first, a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Delete Me. Delete Me, man, they have to do really. Did you get a broke? 472nd Marine Division is currently in New Zealand, gearing up to go into combat against the Japanese in World War II. And like all great military stories, it totally happened. It begins in a bar with a bunch of Marines drinking. And as is tradition with the military drinking in a bar, there are conflicting reports as to what actually happened. According to the Marine Corps, the Marines went out to a local bar in New Zealand. They then started drinking with the locals, and they all had a great, very professional, cordial time where they all drank a very appropriate amount of alcohol, potentially even a Surgeon General recommended amount. And then none of the Marines went out and hooked up with any of the local women. And if they did, hypothetically, which they didn't, but if they did, it would have been strictly in the missionary position, and the Marines would have used protection. Now, while they were at the bar, there was also a raffle. And apparently, a bunch of the Marines bought these tickets for this raffle, and one of the Marines by the name of Sergeant Francis Fagan ended up winning the raffle. Now, the grand prize for this raffle at a bar in New Zealand was apparently a duck. And that's what the Marine Corps says happened. Now, according to the other sources, mostly the personal accounts of the Marines that were actually there, and quite frankly, common sense, says that the Marines were at this local bar partying their faces off like they were about to go into the biggest armed conflict the world has ever seen. And while they were there, some of the Marines were playing poker with the locals, and the Marines apparently took all of their money, and they came back to the table, and they're like, all right, well, here's my prize duck. I'm going to put that up as a wager. And the Marine Corps ended up winning that too, and that, again, was Sergeant Francis Fagan, a.k.a. Happy. Now, personally, I'm going to go ahead and err on the side of the Marines got hammered at a bar and won a duck in a poker game, and the chain of command didn't want to get in trouble for associating the Marine Corps with gambling, so they just made up some weird shit, like apparently bars in New Zealand raffle off ducks, but you can go ahead and decide to believe whatever you want. Regardless, either way, Francis Fagan, and by extension, the Marine Corps now has a duck. So what are the Marines going to do with the duck? Obviously, they take it under their wing. I mean, to be fair, that is true. I kind of turned her into a bodybuilder for like 18 months between the two kids. Interrupting my history time. Sorry about that. Anyways, the Marines pretty much immediately teach this duck how to drink beer, which I know what you're thinking, that's probably not very healthy for the duck, but to be fair, there are worse vices to have. I mean, he could get addicted to quack. I'm sorry. I'm done. Okay, I'm done with the dad jokes. That joke was foul. Anyways, they become drinking buddies with this duck. He becomes one of the Marines, and then time comes for them to all go off the war and actually engage with the Japanese. Sure enough, they take the duck away. Fast forward November 1943, the Battle of Tarawa. It's one of the bloodiest battles in Marine Corps history. Essentially, the Japanese have 4,000 soldiers dug in and heavily fortified on the Tarawa Atoll, and the Marines have to go in there and take them out. Now, what's unique about Tarawa is it is surrounded by coral reefs, and what that means is any traditional landing craft that America could use use, like a Higgins boat, similar to what we used over in the European theater, would get hung up on these coral reefs. The Japanese would be able to spray it with machine gun fire and artillery and mortars and kill absolutely everybody. The Japanese were so confident in these coral reefs and their fortified defenses that Admiral Shimasaki said that it would take 1 million men 100 years to take home. But he didn't know that the Marine Corps had the LVT, the Landing Vehicle Track, aka the Amphibious Tractor. Similar to a Higgins boat, except it had tracks on it, and then when it hit the coral reefs, it would simply drive right over the top. So November 20th, 1943, at 3 a.m., under the cover of darkness, 18,000 Marines and one duck would load into their Salamander tractors as they prepared to launch their amphibious landing at the crack of dawn. As dawn broke, the Japanese soldiers watched in horror as the American landing crafts did not get hung up on the reefs, but simply drove right over the top of them. The only surviving Japanese officer from this battle, Kiyoshi Ota, would later go on to write, "We can see the American landing craft coming towards us like dozens of spiders over the surface of the water, as one of my men exclaimed, 'The gods of death have come.'" As the Marines reached the beach, they would become pinned down from heavy machine gun, artillery, and mortar fire. They were only able to secure the first 70 yards of the beach after hours of combat. It is at this point that the Marines' front line was charged by an enemy rooster, and Sergeant Seawash charged past the Marine line to meet the chicken in winged combat in the middle of the battlefield. After sustaining several pecks to the head, Seawash was able to repel the enemy ambush and save his fellow Marines. The Marines would then go on in the following days to completely take over the island. The Japanese believed that it would take 1 million men 100 years. In reality, it took 18,000 Marines and one Devil Duck 72 hours. For sustaining multiple peck wounds on the battlefield, the Marines tried to get Seawash the Purple Heart. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to work out, but the chain of command still cited Seawash for bravery on the battlefield. That citation, written by Lieutenant Colonel Presley M. Brexley, is as follows. For courageous action and wounds received on Tarawa and the Gilbert Islands, November 1943, with utter disregard for his own personal safety, Seawash, upon reaching the beach without hesitation, engaged the enemy in fierce combat, namely one rooster of Japanese ancestry, and though wounded on the head by repeated pecks, he soon routed his opposition. He then refused medical aid until all wounded members of his section had been taken care of first. Seawash and his fellow Marines would then see battle again in the Battle of Saipan, also known as the D-Day of the Pacific. However, allegedly due to some intel, there would be no enemy poultry on the beach, so Seawash's services were no longer needed, and he would remain on the boat for the initial 3 days of the battle. After that, he would go ashore and support his fellow Marines. At the conclusion of the Battle of Saipan, the Marines had gained valuable intel regarding the neighboring island of Tinian, and they would immediately launch another attack to gain that island as well, and this time, the Devil Duck would partake in the amphibious landing. From there, he would identify an enemy duck that he would engage in build combat until forcing it to finally retreat. A couple of days after that, the Marines would take the island entirely, and shortly after that, Sergeant Seawash would lay an egg. Apparently, Seawash and the other duck I mentioned a minute ago were doing a little bit more than just fighting. Either way, at this point, the Marines now realize that Sergeant Seawash is in fact a girl, to which they're like, just kidding, they didn't actually care. In reality, they're probably giving each other a hard time, like, alright, who did it? That's up. Tinian would be the last time that Sergeant Seawash ever saw combat. After World War II, she would end up getting sent back home to America with her fellow Marines and her primary caretaker, Francis Fagan. From there, the story of Sergeant Seawash picked up traction, being in Time magazine, having multiple radio appearances, being in a bunch of different newspapers, telling the harrowing story of America's one and only Devil Duck. And while all that's going on, she is partying her bill off with her Marines, drinking beer after beer, while also helping the Marines hit on young women. And I actually believe this to be the first historical appearance of the term wingman being used in relation to picking up women. Okay, I mean, look at this. Fagan and Seawash have more game than an Xbox. That man's about to get more money than an animal shelter. Over the next couple months, the publicity would die down, and Francis Fagan would go on to become an electrician. And his great-grandson would also go on to become an electrician that had a pretty decent-sized YouTube channel. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not related to this guy. Anyways, Sergeant Seawash would also then go to live on a farm for an extended period of time until being called back into duty during the Korean War, where she helped with recruiting efforts. After that, she would finally retire to live out the rest of her days in the Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago before passing away in 1953 due to liver complications, which prompted the Marines to release a statement saying that there is no reason to believe that her liver complications were due to her excessive amount of drinking during her time in service. According to multiple newspapers, her funeral service was then held in a taxidermy shop where she was then stuffed and currently resides in the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Triangle, Virginia. So in conclusion, this has been the totally real, 100% not embellished whatsoever story of Sergeant Seawash, aka America's Devil Duck. That time the Marine Corps won a duck in a poker game, taught it how to drink beer, then took it to multiple amphibious landings. All right, let me set the scene for you. It's September 1st, 1939. It's Friday, but you've got a job. You've got stuff to do because you're a Polish mailman, and you just got to work. So you grab your packages, and you set out to go deliver the mail. And right as you step outside the post office, a bunch of armored vehicles pull up full of German SS soldiers, and they inform you that you're going to surrender or else. Do you A, surrender, or B, go back in the post office and proceed to get in a firefight with the Germans for the next 19 hours? Today we're talking about the most gangster post office of all time and the first battle of World War II, when 43 Polish mailmen went toe-to-toe with the German SS for 19 hours. But first, a word from our sponsors. This video is brought to you by my favorite sporting goods store, Shields. They've got over 35 retail locations all across life. Go to the heard this empire before World War I. Got it? Okay, great. This is the German Empire after World War I. Notice how Poland cuts it in two, and at the very tippy top of Poland, there is the free city of Danzig. Okay, what is a free city, and why does that map seem to imply that it is its own country? Well, because basically it is. It is its own sovereign entity with its own passports, its own currency, and its own form of government. You see, at the end of World War I, when they were negotiating the Treaty of Versailles, both Germany and Poland really wanted dominion over the city of Danzig, because as you can see, it's built on the coast of a perfect geographic marker. This made it a major port city and an economic powerhouse, which is why Germany and Poland were both fighting over it. They were fighting over it for so long that it would end up holding up the entire Treaty of Versailles. And finally, the League of Nations stepped in and they're like, hey, okay, well now neither one of you are going to get it. It's going to be its own sovereign entity, its own little thing, whatever, we don't have time for this, moving on. So the Free City of Danzig was founded in 1920. However, considering that pretty much the entire population was either German or Polish, Danzig decided that they were going to grant a bunch of extraterritorial properties to either country, and one of those properties would be the Polish post office, which was just that, sovereign Polish territory. And that's pretty much all the background info you need. So fast forward to April 1939, things are getting real tense between Poland and Germany. Hitler's been in power for the last 6 years. The Nazi movement is well underway. And for the last couple of years, a ton of hardcore Nazis referred to as the brown shirts have basically been trying to intimidate Polish people to move out of Danzig so they can reestablish it as part of Germany. Poland, seeing this, decides, hey, they might try something soon on our extraterritorial properties, so we're going to take a single army combat engineer by the name of Konrad Dudley. We're going to send him over to the post office. He's going to help fortify that position and teach all the mailmen how to fight. That way, hopefully, they'll be able to hold the post office for like an hour or two while the army has time to get in there and defend it. So Conrad shows up at the post office. He's got a bunch of pistols, some carbines, a couple of crates of grenades, and 3 Browning 1928s, which as you can see is just the Polish equivalent of the American BAR. At this point, there's 56 people working at the post office. Conrad explains the situation, says he's taking volunteers for who wants to be part of the security force in case shit goes down. 42 people volunteer. He then begins training them and giving them a battle plan, and everybody else is just going to go run and hide in the basement if anything does go down. So for the next 4 months, Conrad is both training the mailmen and building up fortifications. He ends up establishing one of the mailmen as the second in command, and that is Alphonse Lizakovsky. All right, fast forward September 1st, 1939. It's Friday. All the mailmen show up. They start getting their packages together, and while they're all at the post office getting ready to go out on the routes, 180 German SS soldiers roll up with 3 armored cars equipped with 20mm guns and cut the power to the building. Okay, it is like 4 o'clock in the morning, and the German military just rolled up and cut the power. The mailmen are like, oh, we're doing this. All right, so they go, they get their guns, they head up to the second story and stick their guns out the window pointed at the Germans. And it is now a complete standoff between the German SS and the Polish post office.
My granddaughter calls it my revenge bod.
Mama needs me time.
I love data.
I like motivating people. I like being told what to do.
Every reason is the right reason to Orange Theory. Book your free class today.
Attention. Patients exposed to urologist Darius Paduch. Paduch has been criminally convicted for exploiting...
This is probably the most Marine Corps story I've ever heard in my entire life, and there's absolutely no way that it's been embellished. Like a lot. This is easily one of my favorite stories of all time, and it is the epitome of it's not stupid if it works. Today we're talking about Operation Beaver Drop, that time that a bunch of World War II veterans that worked for the Idaho Fish and Game Department got assigned the task of relocating a bunch of beavers to a different habitat, and they decided that the cheapest, safest, most cost-effective way to go about that was to strap them to parachutes and throw them out of a plane. And we're gonna get into it right after this ad, because I got bills. This video is brought to you by Conflict of Nations, a free online PvP military strategy game. It is based on a World War III type scenario where you get to pick your own country, or you can pick a state inside of the United States, because that's really the only way to make it fair for everybody else. Otherwise, America would be the instant win. Personally, I always start out as playing Iowa for obvious reasons, and my first order of business every single time is attacking Minnesota and turning... This has almost nothing to do with the U.S. military, but it's so ridiculous I can't not talk about it. Today we're talking about America's strategic cheese reserve. Yeah, if you didn't know, the United States currently has over 500 underground cave warehouses spanning across 35 different states, the largest of which is underneath Springfield, Missouri, where America, as of August 2022, currently hoards 1.5 billion pounds of cheese. And just for the record, I realize I'm uploading this video very close to April Fool's Day. This is not an April Fool's joke. I am 100% serious. El Dorado is real, and Uncle Sam made it out of cheese. Look, El Dorado, city of gold. And I know what you're thinking. Right now, you're like, wow, that's a cool little factoid. I can't wait to share that with my buddy at the bar one day. But no, this is going to infect your thoughts for the rest of your life. You're never going to see the world through the same lens ever again. I mean, for example, let's just say you're at home watching The Walking Dead. You're going to come to the realization there'd be way more fucking cheese in the apocalypse than that, okay? You're never going to be able to watch Mad Max again without thinking about cheese. You have to come to the terrifying realization that you live in a world where there is a greater than 0% chance that one of these underground cheese caves gets mistaken for a government facility and gets nuked in World War III, and we're going to have to deal with a radioactive tsunami wave of nacho cheese. And this is real life. So I asked myself one question: how on earth did America get to this point? Because I know it didn't happen overnight. And what I found was the craziest real-world example of a butterfly effect that I have ever seen. And believe it or not, it all actually ties back in with last week's video of the ice cream ships of World War II. If you missed that, the super abbreviated version, basically the U.S. government banned alcohol during Prohibition in the 1920s. Because of that, all the bars in America turned themselves into ice cream parlors to stay in business. Ice cream stepped up to fill the social void left by alcohol. If so facto, there was like 2 generations of Americans that treated ice cream like it was alcohol, socially speaking. As I'm sure you can imagine, this would drive up dairy consumption. Combine that with the fact that the 30s and 40s is when refrigeration would become readily accessible, meant that for the first time in human history there was such a demand for dairy products that farmers could exclusively become dairy farmers, meaning that this would be the birth of the entire dairy industry. And honestly, it worked out great, right up until it didn't in 1949. 1949, 4 years after World War II, the American military is downsized. There's not an entire horde of young men eating 10,000 calories a day, and America's not exporting anywhere near as much food to other countries for war relief, meant that there was a decrease in dairy consumption, or a dip in the dairy market. As this became a bigger and bigger problem, the government had to step in because they weren't about to let the entire dairy industry implode, because, I mean, let's face it, that would be utter catastrophe. So the USDA stepped in and said, hey, you know what, we're going to buy all the excess milk. Okay, pause. Thought experiment. You're a dairy farmer. You make all of your money by selling milk. And then suddenly, a couple years back, motherfuckers quit drinking milk, aka you made less money. Now the government has come out of left field and said, hey, we're going to buy all of the milk. What do? You make more fucking milk. And that's exactly what happened. So just to be clear, there was already too much milk. Now there's definitely going to be too much milk. So naturally, all the milk starts flowing in. The government has absolutely no idea what to do with it, so they turn it into cheese. That way it doesn't expire. That part makes sense, but now what do you do with all the cheese? They have no clue, so they just throw it underneath a mountain, ignore it, and hope the problem goes away. But it doesn't go away because every single presidential administration through the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, they all continue to buy up excess milk to prop up the dairy industry, turn it into cheese, and stash it away in these caves. It literally turns into a giant political game of kick the can down the road because nobody wants to be the president that crashes the global economy by not buying enough milk while sitting on top of a mountain of cheese, which, understandable, I don't want to be that guy either. Then, fast forward to 1980, Ronald Reagan, aka the small government guy, gets elected, finds out that the US government is sitting on top of 500 million pounds of cheese and spending $1 million a day to refrigerate and store it, and he looks at this whole issue like a beaver looks at running water. Absolutely fucking not. We can't have it. So his administration goes about figuring out the cheapest way to solve this cheese problem. Obviously, we're going to
throw it all in the ocean. However, having at least the foresight to understand that that would cause political backlash, he wanted to see how the public would receive it, so someone from his administration shows up to a White House press conference with a 5-pound block of moldy cheese and is like, hey, we got 500 million pounds of this shit. How would you guys feel if we threw it in the ocean? It'll be fun. We'll save money on cheese. We're going to find out if blue whales are lactose intolerant. It's going to be a great science experiment. The public did not go for it. They kind of felt like, hey, I've paid taxes for the last 40 years. You've turned those taxes into cheese. I would at least like the cheese. So then the Reagan administration took the 55-gallon drums of cheese, cut it up into 5-pound blocks, packaged it, and spent the remainder of his administration funneling 300 million pounds of cheese into impoverished and elderly homes. And this is where we get the saying, government cheese, from.
You're gonna end up eating a steady diet of government cheese and living in a van down by the river.
The U.S. government would then continue to give out government cheese until the 1990s when they seemingly ran out, because as of today, all 1.5 billion pounds of underground secret cheese in America is privately owned by corporations like Kraft and Velveeta. And this is the part where I wanted to end the video on a happy note of the government made a mistake, they fixed a mistake over 50 years, happy ending. Hooray. However, it didn't really make sense because something happened in the 1990s where the government was able to stop buying the excess milk. What happened? And that's when it hit me. It was absolutely the Got Milk ad campaign, the biggest, most iconic ad campaign of all time. I mean, every cafeteria in every school in America had a bunch of posters of famous athletes with milk mustaches saying, got milk, drink your milk. I vividly remember commercials as a child telling me that if I didn't drink enough milk, my arms would literally fall off my body.
Mr. Miller told me he never drinks milk. Look at him.
Hi, I'm Amanda Jones. I'm co-owner of Pizzeria Florian on Main Street in East Aurora, right down the street from the Aurora Theater. We wanted it to feel like a big neighborhood hug, so hopefully you get that feeling when you walk in. Today we're going to be making our classic cannoli. It's definitely not your grandma's cannoli. My hope is that it brings a big smile to your face. Welcome to Diggin' Buffalo, brought to you by Milk for House. I'm just gonna start, okay? Okay, cool. So I really tried to make a cannoli filling with a lot of flavor that I could stand behind. We're gonna start off with some ricotta cheese. You wanna get a thicker ricotta, and then we're gonna go in with about 300 grams of mascarpone cheese. And mascarpone is not traditional in cannoli, but I added it because it adds a really nice creaminess.
No, that's not good.
Surely this is what inspired an entire generation of Americans to eat and drink more dairy products, right? I mean, yeah, probably, but looking back on it now as an adult, doesn't it seem just a little bit weird that it wasn't a particular company putting on all these ads? Like, if there wasn't one company profiting from selling all this milk, where was all the money coming from? I mean, it almost seems like the government launched a giant psychological operation, ad campaign, just so that they could offload milk so they wouldn't have to keep contributing to their mountain of cheese. Well, I'm going to take this off now because that's legit exactly what happened. In 1995, the U.S. government created a nonprofit organization known as Dairy Management Incorporated, and their entire job was to get the American people to eat and drink more dairy products. Literally a cabal of individuals plotting behind the scenes to get people.
On the 30th of June, 1971, the Soyuz 11 spacecraft re-entered Earth's atmosphere after almost a month in space. On board were 3 men who had been seen on television screens across the Soviet Union and around the world almost constantly for the last few weeks. They were already considered heroes, brave cosmonauts who had taken on a risky and difficult mission and spent longer in space than any human had. The people of the Soviet Union were keen to welcome them back to Earth, but when their capsule touched down and the recovery team knocked on the door, they received no response. Something had gone very, very wrong. The space race is the name given to the fierce competition between the United States and the Soviet Union in the mid-20th century to see which nation would be the first to conquer space. This intense technological rivalry is sometimes thought to have been a substitute for armed combat between the two powers. From the moment the Soviet Union launched its first satellite, Sputnik, into space in 1957, the battle for technological superiority between them and the USA would take place on a new frontier, high above the Earth. Continual one-upmanship would drive scientific discoveries and make heroes out of astronauts in the US and their counterpart cosmonauts in the Soviet Union. But being either an astronaut or a cosmonaut during this time of rapid, urgent progress was, at times, immensely risky. The Soviets took an early lead in the race, following up the successful launch of Sputnik by being the first to send a human into space, Yuri Gagarin, on the Vostok 1 space mission in 1961. As the two sides raced to get the upper hand in the ensuing decade, both suffered fatal tragedies. In 1967, the three-strong crew of American Apollo 1 were killed in a fire. In the same year, cosmonaut Vladimir Komarov died, and the Soviet Soyuz 1 crashed into the ground after re-entry due to a malfunctioning parachute. Despite these disasters, both countries continued to develop their space programs at a breakneck pace. The following year, 1968, saw American Apollo 7 carry out a flawless mission to test out the Apollo Command and Service module. This great success was followed by an even bigger one the next year, when, with the Apollo 11 mission, the United States became the first nation to put men on the moon. The Soviet response in 1971 was to launch the first ever space station, Salyut 1. The Salyut program went extremely well. Indeed, the final module launched as part of it remains in orbit to this day, as a crucial part of the International Space Station. However, like all spaceflight programs, this one was not without problems and setbacks. The first of these came immediately after the initial launch, while ground crews were still celebrating the success of Salyut 1. The cover on Salyut 1's telescope it emerged had not detached properly, dramatically decreasing the range of work that could be done on board the new space station. New, different objectives were hastily conceived instead. A few days after this, Soyuz 10 was launched with the intention that the three-man crew would dock aboard Salyut 1 and stay there for a month. However, the mission was aborted when Soyuz 10 failed to dock at the space station. The crew returned, unsuccessful in their mission, to Earth. Plans for the launch of Soyuz 11 were already in place. Originally, the backup crew for the Soyuz 10 mission was scheduled to fly, but 4 days before the launch, one of the crew, Valery Kubasov, felt unwell. An X-ray revealed some slight swelling on his right lung. Doctors feared that this was a sign of tuberculosis, and so, according to Ministry of Health rules, the entire crew was told to stand down. It turned out that the swelling was due only to an allergic reaction rather than tuberculosis. This unfortunate misdiagnosis would inadvertently save the lives of 3 crewmen who consigned their replacements to death. The replacement Soyuz 11 crew were to be Georgy Dobrovolsky, Vladislav Volkov, and Viktor Patsayev. They were launched on 6th of June 1971 from a facility in Soviet Kazakhstan. Their spaceship was, by necessity, very small, and as such, the crew didn't have the space to wear their pressure suits whilst in the capsule. The following day, the 7th of June, they successfully docked with Salyut 1. The crew stayed on board the space station for the next 22 days, the longest anyone had ever spent in space. They spent their time conducting experiments and using gamma-ray telescopes to collect data. Patsayev became the first person to operate such a telescope in space.
Who's coming in the driveway?
My daughter is being treated for leukemia. I hope that she lives a long, great, happy life, and that she will never forget how Mom and Daddy love her. St. Jude, and this is what's keeping my baby girl alive.
They studied the weather on Earth, maintained plants, including Chinese cabbage and onions, experimented on first time, the general public were kept up to date with the progress of the space mission, with the crew even featuring in a television broadcast while orbiting Earth. Not everything went smoothly, of course. The grueling, monotonous shifts, which were designed to maximize their time on the ship, with one crew member awake at all times, caused tension. The three men had only days to adjust to the fact that they would actually be going on the mission. Only one of them, Volkov, had experienced spaceflight before. Now they were spending more time in space than any person in history ever had. Mission doctors were, understandably, concerned about their mental health. These concerns deepened when, on the 16th of June, the crew smelled smoke. They traced the smell to a small electrical fire, which was extinguished with guidance from Alexei Yeliseyev, a veteran cosmonaut who had flown on previous Soyuz missions, who was acting as a crew communicator on Earth. The three cosmonauts spent the night on board Soyuz 11, while the air in the station was clean. A potential crisis had been averted, but the close call left the crew nervous. They asked if they could return to Earth early, but ground control insisted on the same. Almost daily television broadcasts of their activities continued throughout their stay on board Salyut 1. The men became household names. Naturally, news of tension or any setback was never included in any broadcast. Instead, coverage focused on the positive. For example, on the 19th of June, Alexeyev celebrated his 30th birthday. The first person ever to celebrate a birthday in space. 2 days later, the crew began to prepare for their return to work. On the 29th of June, the crew packed up their payload and scientific samples. Successfully returned Salyut 1 to socials around the Earth, time before making a re-entry cabin. The work compartment and the service module were both jettisoned as planned, leaving the crew in the descent. Communication was lost. This was worrying, but not catastrophic. The descent was mostly an automated process. Indeed, as the module approached the ground, the parachute automatically deployed, continued on the recovery the capsule appeared completely undamaged. However, when they knocked on the capsule, there was no answer. When it was opened, they discovered the 3 lifeless bodies of the crew. Attempts were made to resuscitate them, but without success. They reported the situation back to mission control using a 1 to 5 numbering system. 5 would convey that the crew member was in excellent health, while 1 would convey the opposite. On that day, the report was 1, 1, 1. The cause of death of the cosmonauts wasn't officially announced for nearly 2 years. The mission had captured the imagination of the public, and the government was keen to emphasize its many successful research outcomes, rather than the tragic loss of the crew. Over in the US, the disaster prompted fears that the human body simply couldn't cope with being in space for that length of time. Eventually, though, the cause of death became clear. The jettisoning of the modules during descent caused the faulty valve to open. Air leaked rapidly out, and the crew, unable to wear their pressure suits due to the limited space in the capsule, died of asphyxiation. The body of Alexeyev was found close to the valve, leading investigators to believe that he had survived long enough to identify the problem, but not long enough to recognize it. Alexei Yeltsin, the original commander of the Soyuz 11 for the lieutenant personnel, had recommended that these valves be manually closed, even if trust be existing. Unfortunately, it seems the replacement crew had neglected to follow this advice. Leonov experimented with manually shutting the valves and found that it was one thing. replaced by a new memorial in 2016. Greater Village has been named after him. In addition to this, many lessons were learned from the disaster. All future crews were built with sturdier valves that had quick-ended chokes for use in the event of an air. Now, crews routinely wear pressure suits during launching and landing. Every space launch since Soyuz 11 has been made safer thanks to the knowledge gained in the aftermath of this tragedy. In part, thanks to these advances, the three cosmonauts volunteering to return to Soyuz 11 remain the only three people who have ever died outside of the Earth's atmosphere.
When your business is on the path to AI, Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA can quickly implement the AI you need.
On the 4th of April 1933, one of the largest flying objects in the world, the airship, the USS Akron, nosed its way slowly through fog off the coast of New Jersey. As it entered a turbulent current of air, it began to cool, dropping rapidly towards the ocean below. The captain ordered that ballast be ejected. Tons of water ballast sprayed into the air below the ship. The great dirigible stabilized, but only for a moment. At this point in time, as it hung there above the stormy surface of the Atlantic Ocean, the USS Akron was able to head away on total destruction. Airships have been destroyed used during the First World War. Airships belonging to both the Central and Allied powers were used for scouting missions, later for some limited bombing runs. Airships were slower than aeroplanes, but were often able to avoid being shot down by planes by flying at much higher altitudes. They could also carry large payloads. Of course, being deployed from so high up, the payloads they carried rarely landed on target. By 1917, all combatants had completely abandoned the idea of using airships anywhere near the front, but they continued to have an important role transporting cargo, carrying out reconnaissance, and occasionally attempting bombing runs. By the end of World War I, airships had proved themselves nowhere near as useful as planes for direct combat, but had been developed to the point where many countries recognized their value and wished to develop the technology further. The US was one such country, although its airship program had an inauspicious start. The very first airship to be completed, the DN-1, was destroyed shortly after delivery, when it was torn from its moorings during a storm. The US then attempted to buy the R-38 airship from Britain, only for it also to be destroyed in an accident during a test flight before it could be delivered. These early difficulties did eventually give way to progress. The US constructed the USS Shenandoah. First flown in 1923, this airship was so vast that, at the time of completion, it contained the majority of the entire world's supply of helium. It was soon joined by the USS Los Angeles. This ship also ran on the same supply of helium, and so only one of the two, the Shenandoah or the Los Angeles, could be flown at any one time. Though the Shenandoah crashed a few years into its service, the Los Angeles flew for almost a decade, during which time the US Navy was able to carry out numerous tests and experiments. The capabilities of these early airships spurred further research, and convinced Navy leaders that airships were viable, valuable, and worth building. Construction of the USS Akron was completed in 1931 in Akron, Ohio. It was the world's first aircraft carrying airship. Built with helium, it was 239 meters, 785 feet in length, and thus the largest flying object that had ever been Akron was certainly an impressive airship, but despite the ambitious design, it was plagued by problems. One issue was with the planned spy basket, a basket that could be lowered on a long tether beneath the airship. A single passenger in the basket would be able to take observations from below the level of clouds, while the airship itself remained safe and hidden above. During the first ever unmanned test of this device, however, the basket began swaying violently, until it was swinging through an arc almost 180 degrees beneath the Akron. This movement threatened to destabilize the ship as a whole, and would certainly have ejected any passenger unlucky enough to be in the basket. After some time, it was reeled safely back in, and the planned spy basket was abandoned together. Later, on the 11th of May 1932, the Akron arrived at Camp Military Base in San Diego. Awaiting it on the ground were dozens of sailors who were tasked with manually securing the airship's mooring lines. Though they were used to carrying out similar tasks as a team, the sailors hadn't had any specific training in dealing with airships. As the Akron descended, one line was successfully secured, but before the other lines could be fixed, the airship began to rise. With its fuel tanks almost empty, it was unusually light. The morning sunlight striking the outer shell was sufficient to warm the helium within, increasing its lift and forcing the airship into an uncontrolled descent. At first, the sailors on the ground held on tight to their lines, attempting to stop the airship's rise.
Alright, the business is growing, but we've grown so big I don't have time to focus on growing the business. I'm wasting time doing manual work.
Though its strain to keep the Akron under control quickly became apparent that this wouldn't be possible. There was no other choice but to cut the one secured mooring line, as leaving it in place would potentially cause the airship to turn on its nose and crash. The moment this line was cut, the Akron shot up into the sky. The majority of the sailors on the ground released their grip on the trailing lines. 4 of them, however, hesitated before letting go, and were dragged up into the air by the ascent formation. With no solid ground beneath their feet, the natural instinct of these 4 men was to cling onto the rope. Only one was able to force himself to let go, while still relatively close to the ground. He fell 4.5 meters or 16 feet, broke his arm, but survived. The 3 other sailors held on, and within just a few seconds were carried up to a height from which a fall would be fatal. Now, from the ground below, their fellows shouted at them not to let go, and to hold on as tightly as they could. They did exactly this, but as the airship rose higher, 2 of the men lost their grip and fell to their death. The final man, apprentice seaman C.M. Howard, was able to tie the line around his body. After nearly an hour of dangling high above the earth, he was hauled aboard the Akron, and ultimately he survived. In a later interview, he said, "I just hung on. I saw the other fellows, and it didn't make me feel anything good, but there was nothing I could do about it, except to hang on tightly." This accident was caught on film, and images of the dangling men were published in newspapers. The horrifying nature of what had happened led some crew to question whether the Akron was cursed. Their feelings about the ship might have been confirmed by the numerous occasions when it encountered difficulties, struggled from storms, or sustained minor damage during takeoff or landing. But no mishap would take the Akron out of service until the worst accident, the April 1933. In the early morning hours of that day, the Akron was navigating its way northward just off the coast of New Jersey. It was hot, and the weather was rapidly worsening. Rain and strong winds buffeted the airship while the crew struggled to make progress. Turbulent air made almost zero visibility. Following a particularly severe bout of turbulence, the airship entered an uncontrolled dive. It was only briefly arrested by the jet stream of ballast. The Akron soon started descending again until the tail skimmed the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. Water flooded into the the aircraft as it struck to rise again. It was too late. Its nose moved upwards, and then the USS Agron collapsed into the ocean. The crew of the nearby German merchant ship, the Phoebus, witnessed the crash, but in the extremely cold weather, mistook the airship for a plane. As the wreckage sunk into the waves, they dispatched rescue efforts that were able to pull all the men from the water. One of whom died shortly thereafter. Among the survivors was a man named Richard Heath, nicknamed Lucky. He had been given the nickname after narrowly escaping death on board the USS Shenandoah, which had crashed during a thunderstorm in 1925. Richard refused to be on board the doomed airship, but had been moved at the last minute. Now he had survived again, one of only 3 men to do so out of a crew of 76. It was the most deadly airship accident ever to take place, resulting in twice as many deaths as the world-famous crash of the Hindenburg in 1937. It appeared, following recovery of bodies, that many crew members had survived the actual crash, only to perish in the rough waters of the Atlantic as a result of drowning, exhaustion, and hypothermia. Following this, American airship crews were issued life jackets to help them survive in the event of a crash landing. A few years later, the USS Macon was damaged by severe weather and crashed into the Pacific Ocean with 83 crew members on board. Thanks in part to the flotation aids that were available to the crew, 81 survived, but almost completely did not done from the crash of the USS Agron. Despite this change making airship flights somewhat safer for crew and passengers, the crash of the Agron was nonetheless a huge blow to the US airship program, not least because, among the dead, was Rear Admiral William Moffett, one of the greatest advocates for airship development. This loss led to the end of the Navy airship program, although the US Army continued to develop airships, many of which proved useful during the Second World War. Although airships were not particularly effective for offensive purposes, they were often used for reconnaissance, transport, and to escort ships at sea to offer protection against enemy aircraft. After the war, as aeroplanes became more advanced, airships became an increasingly rare sight in the US, and are now considered mostly obsolete. The crash of the USS Agron in 1933 remains, and likely will remain, the most deadly airship crash ever to take place.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back.
A secret research endeavor, under the direction of the British Admiralty, led to the development of a unique weapon that would change the course of maritime warfare during World War II. The result of trial and error, this anti-submarine projector turned the tides against the Nazi U-boats and wreaked havoc in the Pacific. Instead of dropping depth charges on submerged submarines and causing damage from hydrostatic shockwaves, a different approach to outperform them was conceived early in the war. The idea was to design a device that would fire spigot mortars ahead of a ship and have them detonate only when they hit a hard surface. Though the original Fairley mortar device was unsuccessful, a new idea sprung from this adventure, and thus the Hedgehog was born. Named for its rows of launcher spigots, which resembled the spines of the creature like the void of a balloon, the Hedgehog would not only redeem the Fairley, but become one of the most feared weapons against the dreaded German submarines. After the outbreak of World War II, the German U-boats became a perilous threat for the Allied fleet in the Atlantic. Thus, the British were in desperate need of a new weapon that could balance the scale. The top-secret project was carried out by the Directorate of Miscellaneous Weapons Development, Department of the British Admiralty. The idea was to build a weapon that would be more lethal than conventional depth charges. The first attempt was tested in 1941, called the Fairley Mortar, but it resulted in failure. However, the lessons learned would eventually give way to the Hedgehog, an innovative mortar capable of launching dozens of projectiles at a time. The multiple spigot mortar, or spigot discharger, was first developed by Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Blacker, based on early infantry trench mortars. The concept consisted of a single device capable of launching multiple target warheads of different sizes. As part of the primary weapon, the propelling charge worked against a rod, which was set in a base plate, and then fitted inside a tubular tail stemming from the charge's body. Initially, the concept was used on the Blacker Bombard 29mm spigot mortar, and later the PI-AT anti-tank weapon. Thereafter, the principle was adapted for naval use in partnership with the head of military intelligence research, Major Millis Jeffers. Notably, Jeffers brought the Blacker design for use in the Army. The Hedgehog could fire a salvo of 24 small bombs directly ahead of a ship. The trajectory was calculated by a mathematical arc projection, with contact aimed within a circular or elliptical area of about 100 feet in diameter and 250 yards. The mounting was fixed at first, but was later replaced by a gyro-stabilized base, which enabled the attacking ship to roll and pitch more freely. Each mortar projectile carried a 35-pound Torpex charge, measured 7.1 inches in diameter, and weighed 65 pounds. The angle of the spigots was positioned for a discharge with a diameter of 130 feet and ahead of the ship by 590 feet. While sinking, the bombs then descended at 33 feet per second, which meant they could reach an enemy submarine at 200 feet in under 9 seconds. Remarkably, the charges would only detonate upon contact with a hard surface, resulting in more immediate and lethal damage to a submarine than depth charges that relied on hydrostatic shockwaves. Fitted at the bow of a ship, the impressive device increased the accuracy of anti-submarine weapons and forced the Nazis to innovate in return. Each of the Hedgehog's 4 cradles fired 6 projectiles in sequence and staggered to land simultaneously. As a result, the mounting did not receive excessive stress, which avoided the need for deck reinforcement, and allowed the weapon to be smoothly retrofitted whenever needed. Moreover, reloading took no more than 3 minutes. In addition, the system solved the problem of a potential target submarine disappearing from sonar and losing contact when getting closer than the technology's minimum range. The characteristics of the speed of sound when traveling through water led to a scenario where the echo return from a target was too short, and therefore a human operator couldn't distinguish the turning signal from the original pulse. The phenomenon, dubbed the instantaneous echo, caused both sounds to merge, while the enemy submarine hid away from depth charge range. In other words, the situation created a blind spot, concealing the target submarine from the sonar, enabling it to execute evasive maneuvers and leave the scene undetected. Thus, a 4-mounted weapon on the hunter ship's deck that could discharge projectiles over the bow while the enemy vessel was visible would give the Allies a tangible advantage in the Atlantic and Pacific. However, the mortar was less effective when facing deep targets. Although target depth was less important, its use on objects below 400 feet was discouraged. Regardless, getting 1 or 2 direct hits was usually enough to sink an entire submarine.
The 2025 Kia Sorento, an impressive blend of capability, luxurious amenities, and advanced technology features. Inside, you'll find space to unlock with premium seating options. Plus, you'll love its generous cargo room and available smart power liftgate. Forge a new path in your Sorento during the season of new traditions. Click now to view our inventory.
Hedgehog entered service in 1942, and after the new order was installed and about 100 ships, the submarine hits started coming. Initially, its success rate was only slightly better than that of death charges, at about 5%. The launcher was frequently covered in swells and spray in the heavy North Atlantic weather, and incomplete patterns would be fired because of its state, as well as firing circuit problems. This would usually be a notorious reason for discontent among the crew. In early 1943, the Royal Navy employed the Hedgehog so intermittently that an order was issued for captains to report back on why they hadn't used the weapon upon contact with a submarine. Furthermore, the lack of experience and confidence in the Hedgehog contributed to the disappointing results. Consequently, improved training sessions and talks about the correct use of the novel weapon were implemented, and soon the Hedgehog's metrics improved considerably. By the end of the war, it was concluded that 1 in 5 mortar attacks resulted in a lethal hit. In contrast, less than 1 in 80 death charges had the same result. The new weapon was so effective that the Kriegsmarine implemented an acoustic torpedo program in 1943. The new German homing torpedoes proved effective without using periscopes, allowing submarines to remain undetected and avoid counterattacks. However, the Hedgehog this happened in 1944, used the scope of proof for more than was sensitive. The USS Peter was a multi-class destroyer escort, named after the Pearl Harbor chief class. Destroyer escorts were experienced small destroyers, and instead of using three classes, you were tasked with the less essential task of escorting convoys of slower moving ships across the world. That away from security threats and critical communications. By passing on all the destroyers, beginning to fund the C-3 guns with rapid fire force, 12 anti-aircraft guns and 20 single communications. But among our new submarine guns,
Unheard of. More power, more expansion for the same price. That's how Ford Engines does business. So make sure you cash in on the special pricing, secure your new Patriot Power Generator 2500X before launching the Fed's news. Now I want to be very clear here. This is not a full house solution. Patriot Power Generator 2500X is designed to keep you alive with the worst case scenario.
It was the 1960s, and the Italian Navy was about to design a weapon that would be unequal even in the naval field. Developed by the OTO Melara Company, the 76mm compact naval cannon didn't take long to conquer the world markets. Its holistic design made it a perfect fit for anti-missile and anti-aircraft roles, but also for anti-surface and general naval support missions, soon surpassing American and Russian developments. And even as the years have gone by, the OTO Melara has always been adaptable to the times. Over half a century later, the weapon still arms the navies of 6 countries, some of which consider it the best naval gun ever created. The legendary OTO Melara 76mm naval gun was designed by the Italian defense company of the same name in the middle of the Cold War. Based on the 7662C, the new version later evolved into the 7662 Super Rapid and the 7662 Strales. The original compact version was the right scale to equip warships of relatively small sizes, and with its high rate of fire, coupled with the ability to fire a wide range of ammunition, it was a capable short-range anti-missile point defense and anti-aircraft weapon system. In addition, it could provide anti-surface or naval support and ground support as a secondary role. The earliest version of the weapon can be told apart from its successors because of its angular mounting. Developed from the earlier 76mm 62 with MMI mounting, the compact used a 2-piece water-cooled barrel with a replaceable liner. Plus, it was fitted with a small hole muzzle brake and fume extractor, while its shield was made of fiberglass. The cannon was highly successful from the very start. However, he said, the compact had reliability and accuracy issues regarding its maximum rate of fire. According to a project engineer who worked on its development, the mount had a tendency to self-destruct at 85 rounds per minute, and was unable to hold a 20-round burst or 6x6 meter target at 460 meters. After the compact design was created in 1963, the military's attention began drifting towards missile-armed fast attack craft forces. For all its desirable qualities, the compact showed many deficiencies that prompted the company to resume design studies for a more advanced model. 2 decades later, an improved and faster firing version specializing in anti-ship missile defense would come forward and make a big splash.
How did Joseph, a lowly Hebrew slave, save mighty Egypt?
With a higher rate of fire of 120 rounds per minute, the Super Rapid addressed the problems of its predecessor, improving accuracy by reducing the weight of the moving parts, which in turn reduced the vibration problems. The weapon's minimum rate ended up at 10 rounds a minute, but it included a single fire option. The manufacturer also stated that the changes diminished standard deviation values to less than 0.017 degrees at 1,000 meters for each 10-round burst at a maximum rate of fire. Meanwhile, elevation limits cover minus 15 to plus 85 degrees, though the maximum elevation for the above-deck version is limited to 70 degrees. However, both models have the option for a reduced radar cross-section RCS gun shield. Although similar to the rounded gun shield design of the compact, the Super Rapid is much tougher, as its mounting was strengthened to resist overpressures twice the rate of its predecessor at 1 kilogram per square centimeter. Plus, its rocker arms were crafted in titanium instead of high-grade steel. The weapon's superior performance was achieved by designing a faster feed system, and the higher rates of fire were enabled because OTO Velara modified the ordnance itself. Furthermore, the company changed the ammunition feed and fusing, which resulted in the older compact mountings in existence not being able to be converted to the Super Rapid standard. However, a retrofit is available to increase the rate of fire of the original system. Finally, Super Rapid's magazine operates independently from the turret. The feed can be interrupted to insert various types of ammunition, rendering the gun more capable against a wide variety of targets, as it is significantly more flexible. The Italian Navy considered the Super Rapid a highly effective anti-missile weapon, and soon began building its new ships with it, instead of the older twin Fast 40. In 2004, the Italians developed the newer Strale system. Able to fire dart ammunition, the weapon can counter several subsonic missiles up to 8,000 meters away. And as a medium-caliber gun with a relatively long range, the weapon can be used against surface targets in addition to its anti-missile defense role. Furthermore, the company offers the Davide anti-missile system for both new installations and retrofitting older mountings. The system was created to allow the guns to act as inner defense against sea-skimming or diving supersonic and subsonic missiles. This weapon system utilizes the steerable dart anti-missile projectile while providing a continuous data stream to all rockets in flight by using radio frequency beams. The 7662 Sovrapponte, or Overdeck in English, is the newest version of the compact and lightweight mount of the gun. About 30 to 40% lighter than the standard Super Rapid, the Sovrapponte has the benefit of not requiring penetrating the deck below for installation. Notably, the Sovrapponte was first installed on a Theon Uradal-class patrol vessel of the Italian Navy. It was positioned above the roof of the helicopter hangar. The mount is available for sale, with or without the Strale system, housing 76 ready-to-fire rounds. On the other hand, the gun can use special pre-fragmentation ammunition in its anti-aircraft role, perfect for counteracting sea-skimming missiles in aircraft. As for its surface role, the weapon fires armor-piercing ammunition, optimized for surface targets like extended-range rounds with extended-range guided munitions, or EGRMs. These projectiles have a maximum range of 20 kilometers. Remarkably, the Super Rapid is still current to this day, and its manufacturer estimates that in combination with the Dardo FCS, the system can engage missiles at about 6,000 meters. Still, the first rounds would arrive on target before that, at 5,500 meters. Based on such incredible ranges, the single gun can be trained to produce 4 subsonic syncruses, arriving simultaneously and apart from each other at 90 more. The OTO Velara can destroy all 4 before any come closer than 1,000 meters. The guns have an actual bore diameter of 76.2 millimeters, and in terms of ammunition, they include armor-piercing, incendiary, and directed fragmentation effects projectiles. Besides, the gun can fire a guided round that can reportedly destroy maneuvering anti-ship missiles. Moreover, the system can also be installed in a stealth cupola. Unlike the U.S. Navy's 12.7cm and Italian 127mm guns, the 76mm OTO Velara has the advantage of being able to fire more sophisticated, though smaller caliber projectiles. Also, the Super Rapid demands a far lower manning requirement to function when compared to the older American 7.62cm and Italian 76mm MMI guns. Another advantage is that it can carry a much larger supply of ready service ammunition, which allows the cannon to fire longer bursts before requiring training. Given that both the compact and the Super Rapid mountings are nearly on hand, they can fire at extremely short notice, not exceeding 5 to 10 seconds from a cold start.
EVE Online is involved alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share.
Usually, one man controls the gun in the operating room, or the combat information center, and the gun can be powered from the control panel on the deck or on the bridge itself. The turret actually houses both the gun and the installation system, while training and elevation are controlled through electric systems. The OTO Melara became one of the most popular naval guns ever produced, even taking into account many US or Russian-made systems. The company reported about 1,000 examples of their compact and super rapid cannons in service, with an unparalleled 60 navies around the world. By 2010, the latest model was the dominant naval weapon in its class. The 76mm cannon has been widely exported. In France, it was favored over their own 100mm naval gun for the Joint Nation Horizon-class frigate project in Fram frigate. Furthermore, the weapon is produced under license in Australia, India, and Spain. In Japan, the OTO Melara is produced by Japan Steelworks, while in the US, it is manufactured by United Defense, now part of BAE Systems. Under the nomenclature of the US Navy, the compact is known as the Mark 75, and US Navy ships use the Mark 92 fire control system, the American version of the Signal M20 series. The Naval Systems Division of FMC Corporation and the Ordnance Systems Division of General Electric Company competed for the right to manufacture the Mark 75 in the United States. As early as 1975, the NSD, now part of United Defense, won the competition, and thus the right to produce the first gun mount in the country, which was delivered in August of 1978. However, from 1981 onward, all orders for production competed between NSD and OTO Melara. Meanwhile, the American Navy has not acquired the super rapid version, and reportedly has no intention to do so. Its fleet is equipped with the compact, while newer ships will receive the 57mm Mark 110. Because of its outstanding success, the mountings of many original OTO Melara 76 cannons were reconditioned for use in many new Italian constructions. And depending on the customer's needs, the system costs between $1.5 and $2 million. Ultimately, the gun can arm virtually all kinds of warships, having proved its worth in the seas all around the world for decades, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. In a move that would change the tide of the war in the Pacific Theater, Vice Admiral William Halsey Jr. authorized the most significant carrier-based attack the United States Navy ever performed. In November of 1943, under the new force of American-built aircraft carriers, the Navy improved their work against a heavily fortified Japanese fleet that was already preparing for an engagement. The attack on Rabaul, one of the most important islands of the Solomon chain, was essential to divert attention from forces and protect the crucial Allied invasion from the field. The brutal concentration was also key in finally proving that carrier-based air forces could challenge land-based ones, failing was not an option. February of 1943, after a 6-month-long campaign, the first American offensive operation of World War II came to a victorious conclusion when Japanese forces finally deserted Guadalcanal. However important the victory, this was only the beginning of a slow-moving and challenging advance through the Solomon Islands, supported by land, sea, and air forces. In the northwesternmost end of this island chain, the Japanese directed their defense forces to an already existing naval base, Rabaul. The township would soon be on everyone's lips. Rabaul, one of 2 cities in the Tip Island chain that make up the Bismarck Archipelago, sits in the narrow St. George's Channel, and it was home to one of the main Japanese naval bases of the Solomon Islands that began campaigns. The location also had 5 pre-war airstrips. Before becoming one of the major Japanese naval defense bases in the Southwest Pacific, the city of Rabaul was once a picturesque island, located on the banks of one of the region's largest natural harbors. It was this organic harbor and the airfields that interested American and Japanese military planners, as both nations neared out. Even before the movement was happening in the United States Army and Navy began plans to establish a base in
The average hoodie made these days is weak, flimsy, and has one weird kangaroo pocket in front. And listen, you're not a kangaroo, you're a man. Thousands of men around the world already love wearing the bearskin hoodie instead of their regular hoodies. Why? Because sure, your average hoodie provides decent insulation and keep you warm. But as soon as you go outside, the wind blows, the rain pours, and you get cold. That's why we designed the new and improved Bearskin Hoodie 4.0 with improved insulation technology on the waist, arms, and hood. Plus, now you can attach the new heavy storm rain jacket to the inside of the hoodie for an instant waterproof layer that blocks rain double time. Finally, a functional hoodie you can actually take outside. You're seeing this video because we want to offer you 60% off the Bearskin 4.0 with free delivery. And you may not see this video again, so click below to reserve your order. Or you can go to...
By the fall of 1943, the constant attacks that fighting the Solomon Island chains began to take their toll on Raval's potential and capabilities. By then, a new threat emerged from the U.S. Navy, a new generation of aircraft carriers built to replace the ones lost in the war. Ready to join the offensive against Japan and Kansas, the aircraft carriers were crewed by intensely trained airmen and sailors who learned directly from the survivors of the vicious battles of Midway, the Coral Sea, and the Solomons. Joining the surviving carriers, USS Saratoga and USS Enterprise, were new 27,000-ton Essex-class fleet carriers and 11,000-ton Independence-class light carriers. In addition, the new aircraft joining the Navy's Grumman TBF-1 Avenger torpedo bombers, Douglas SVT-4 Dauntless dive bombers, with the newly developed Grumman F-6X-3 Hellcat fighter, and the Curtiss SV-2C-1 Helldiver dive bomber. While the latest Allied fleet advanced toward the Solomon Island chain, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, came up with a new plan to take on Imperial Japan by seizing carefully selected island groups. Despite inflicting only minor damage to the Japanese during modest raids at Marcus Island, Tarawa, Amiens, and other small islands throughout August and September, the Navy airmen and sailors gained plenty of knowledge and confidence that would come in handy during their next campaign, Raval. Meanwhile, sailing from Imperial Japan's main Central Pacific base at Truk Island, 7 heavy cruisers, 4 warships, and train and troop ships headed towards Raval, ready to encounter the Allies. Operation Cartwheel was launched in the late fall of 1943. It was a joint effort led by General George Kenny between the United States 5th Air Force, the Royal Australian Air Force, and the Royal New Zealand Air Force, and it consisted of a land-based bombing campaign against the airfields and port of Raval. After the first raid, involving 349 aircraft on October 12th, bad weather conditions blunted the planned bombing event. The attacks resumed on October 23rd and continued for a week, culminating in a large raid on November 2nd. That day, 9 squadrons, totaling 8 North American P-25 Mitchell bombers, escorted by Lockheed P-38 Lightning fighters, began their attack upon the heavily defended base, targeting their anti-aircraft devices with bombing attacks and minimum altitude training. Only 8 P-25s were shot down by enemy defenses and fighters, or crashed while returning to base. Amongst the losses was Major Ray Wilkins, who successfully destroyed 2 enemy vessels while getting too close and under relentless fire, posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for his actions that day. Raval was one of the most heavily fortified ports in the war, and considered a dangerous hornet's nest, as its 5 airfields were protected with extensive anti-aircraft batteries. Other than the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, no mission against such an exceedingly protected target had ever been performed using carrier aircraft, as it was widely believed that land-based missions were more effective. The planned bombing of Raval was a hazardous mission for both the air and sea crews, and even Admiral William Halsey, who would have declared the Allied invasion of Coffee referred to the Japanese cruiser force of the island as, quote, the most desperate emergency that confronted me in my entire term as Commander of South Pacific. With the upcoming landing in play, Admiral Halsey sent his 2 carriers, under the leadership of Rear Admiral Frederick Sherman, to steam north during the night to get close to Rabaul and launch a daybreak raid upon the heavily protected base. By daybreak, on November 5th, 1943, Task Force 38 was only 220 miles away from Rabaul and steaming ahead. Meanwhile, several aircraft departed from the recently seized Baracoa airfield in nearby Bella La Bella to intercept the Japanese and provide air cover. Then, at 7 a.m., flight deck crews aboard USS Saratoga launched 33 F-6F Hellcat fighters, 16 TBX torpedo aircraft, and 22 SBD Dauntless dive bombers. In addition, USS Princeton provided 19 Hellcats, 7 Avengers to the forces in Rabaul. Visibility was ideal as the aircraft approached the island, crossing the southern tip of Ireland, following St. George's Channel toward their target. As the attackers surveyed the area, they knew they had to hit the jackpot. 6 Japanese heavy cruisers were moored in Simpson Harbor, and other targets, including 3 light cruisers, 7 destroyers, and dozens of freighters, were also in the area. Some of them were refueling, and others were riding at anchor. The American pilots had orders to swoop from the north for a fast strike and then bolt back to the carriers, with the specific intention to do as much damage as possible on as many ships as possible, instead of only sinking a few. Approaching the island behind the cover of a weather front, Rear Admiral Sherman launched all 97 available aircraft against Rabaul. The daybreak bombing of Rabaul was followed by a raid with 27 B-24 Gunner heavy bombers, escorted by 58 P-38s an hour later. The following day, most of Imperial Japan's standing warships left Rabaul and headed to a nearby base to be repaired and stay away from further Allied airstrikes. A severe threat had been neutralized with the bombing of Rabaul, but as carrier crews countered aircraft and airmen after the daytime attack, the top military officers realized how well the carrier-based solution worked. Out of the entire force, only 6 American aircraft were missing, while several others set down in the water, bringing the total cost to 9 aircraft and 14 casualties. With only 22 bombs, the Dauntlesses damaged 5 out of the 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 2 destroyers. The harm was so severe that the threat to the American troops approaching Lumbia Island was significantly minimized. However, in the wake of the raids performed by the Allies, the Japanese launched a counterattack series, bombing 120 aircraft against the American carriers. The force was quickly intercepted. Japan lost 35 aircraft before they managed to inflict any damage on U.S. ships. Not only did the raid succeed in protecting the Allies, but the attacks also left Rabaul as an isolated and resourceless outpost, reducing the danger the island posed to the ever-accelerating Allied operations in the Pacific. The carrier raid of Rabaul helped cover the capture of Lumbia and Duca, and finally brought Rabaul into the range of land-based 88 Marine Corps tactical bombers for the first time during the war. These operations set the stage for a pacification campaign intended to neutralize Rabaul, beginning less than 2 months later on December 17th. The success of the bombing of Rabaul ended the previously strong belief that land-based forces were more potent than carrier-based ones, and effectively trained carrier-based air forces, like the men who bravely fought in Rabaul, are still a stalwart reminder of what exemplary planning, organization, and execution achieved.
Are you worried that using your home address for business puts your privacy at risk? At iPostal One, we can help. So, you started your own company, but feel unsafe using your home address for business use. Not only does
Tudmix was the heaviest warship ever built by the European Navy during World War II. It was only 2,000 tons heavier than its sister battleship Bismarck. The colossal ship became a real problem for the Allied forces after being first commissioned in February 1941. Its objective was to ravage the Baltic and block any merchant ships seeking to supply the Soviet Union. For almost 4 years, British and Soviet forces attempted to take down Tudmix, when over 20 air and naval missions failed to achieve the objective. It wasn't until November of 1944 that the British launched an ambitious operation with over 100 aircraft to sink the German battleship. Still, Tudmix refused to go down without putting it in front. Hitler rose to power in the early 1930s, Germany's rearmament was already underway. But the Fuhrer publicly embraced it and wanted all media branches to return to their former glory, including the Navy. The Kriegsmarine's first objective was to produce a small yet capable force that could challenge the British and French naval powers. Although this seemed highly unlikely, German industry worked from scratch under the patronage of the Third Reich. The Bismarck-class super battleships envisioned by the German government were a direct response to the French Richelieu-class battleships ordered in 1935. They, in turn, were a response to the Italian Vittoria-class battleships that Mussolini ordered to counter the naval supremacy of the UK. Although all superpowers from the First World War signed the 1922 Washington Naval Treaty to limit arms race of naval nature, only a few actually followed. The treaty established a tonnage limit for naval vessels, but it was repeatedly altered to fit the interests of the Allied navies. Bismarck and his sister ship Tirpitz initially fell within the 35,000-ton limit imposed by the Washington Treaty, but they increased their weight with later modifications. When Japan wrote the treaty in 1937, the tonnage limit was increased to 45,000 tons, and all global powers took advantage and modified their war vessels. On April 1st, 1939, Hitler introduced Kriegsmarine Chief Erich Raeder to the military staff during the gala ceremony aboard the Scharnhorst, a new battlecruiser anchored in Jade Bay in Wilhelmshaven. The Fuhrer also took the opportunity to present their newest and most powerful battleship, Tirpitz. Europe's heaviest and largest battleship ever built by then paid homage to Grand Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, which served in the Kaiser's Navy from 1898 until the German surrender in 1918. During the ceremony, Hitler discussed Plan Z with Admiral Raeder. Its objective was to expand the Navy so that it could finally challenge the British and French fleets. Both men dreamt of building a naval force of 10 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 15 pocket battleships, 250 U-boats, and more than 100 destroyers and cruisers. The plan was achievable, but only in the long run. Experts calculated that the fleet could not be completed until 1948. The Fuhrer was delayed. Still, Hitler did not expect Britain or France to declare war on Germany after the annexation of Poland. That's precisely what happened on September 3rd, 1939. The Kriegsmarine was not even at its minimal combat readiness when the war broke out, and there was no way Germany could beat the enemy fleets in a conventional manner. Admiral Raeder only counted with the 15-inch gun battleships Bismarck and Tirpitz, 3 11-inch gun pocket battleships, 2 8-inch gun heavy cruisers, 2 11-inch gun battle cruisers, 34 destroyers, and over 60 U-boats. Still, Kriegsmarine would wage war against its enemies with all its might. Bismarck and Tirpitz would be remembered for it. Tirpitz weighed 42,900 tons when empty, and 52,600 fully loaded. It had a length of 251 meters, a beam of 36 meters, and an approximate draft of 10.5 meters. Tirpitz was powered by 160,793 horsepower Brown Bavarian Company unit steam turbine triple-screw propulsion system. Steam was provided by 12 oil-fired Wagner superheated boilers, which gave the Tirpitz an average top speed of almost 31 knots. Armament consisted of 8 15-inch guns housed in 4 twin turrets. Each had a range of 35 kilometers. One pair was placed forward and the other at the rear. The turrets were called Anton, Bruno, Caesar, and Dora. The 4 15-inch guns turrets were protected from enemy fire by 360mm thick steel in the front and 220mm thick steel in the sides.
This is what the perfect gift for a man looks like. So my wife got me this weird new kitchen knife as a Christmas gift. God, I love her. At first glance, one of them looked like a Viking sword. I was blown away by its perfect balance and feel. And when she told me she got 2 more for free, I almost didn't believe her. Apparently she was just going to buy one, but when they told her about the buy 2 get 2 free deal, she didn't miss a beat and added 1 more to her order so she could snag the 2 free knives. I think they're still running this deal, but for a knife this badass, who knows how long it'll last? I had no clue how it would change my cooking experience, but after wasting thousands on dollar store knives that couldn't slice butter on a warm day, I figured, why not give it a shot? And man, after using it just once, I was blown away. It wasn't just a gift, it became the gift. So I started asking myself, why on earth did I settle for practical knives all these years? I mean, sure, they slice, but where was the fun of that? Why settle for ordinary when I can have a knife that looks like it belongs in an action movie? Forget those dull knives that struggle with meat or the overpriced professional ones that need
Thank you for watching the Tanking Team's YouTube channel, and don't forget to subscribe.
and the tank exhibit volume specifically the fabulous new Second World War exhibition. It's an amazing place, but the reason I'm specifically here today is to tell you my worst 5 tanks of the Second World War. Now this has been a tricky one, and I've imposed my own criteria, which is to look at it throughout the context of the whole war. So one for 1939-1940, another one for 1941 to 42, another one for 43, a fourth one for 1944, and a fifth one for 1945. I'm not sure you're going to agree with my selection, but personally, I think I've got it just about right. Well, this is my least worst tank in number 5 position, and in many ways I feel a bit bad about including it at all, but my theory for this is that, we're looking at the 3 stages of the war, and in 1944, I think, compared to the other medium tanks, the Sherman, Cromwell, Churchill, I just think this is a bit inferior to those other 3, if I'm brutally honest. It's the only tank that sees action from 1939 all the way through to 1945. It's the only one that's in production the entire war. 8,500 or so built. It is pretty solid. It's reasonably reliable for a German tank. It's not as complex as some others. It gets upgraded throughout the war with, you can see these little sort of side bits of extra armour on and so on and so forth. Gets upgunned as well. This one's got a 75mm alongside. Most of them had 2 MG34s as well. So it's a good, decent tank, even by 1944 standards. It's just that the gun doesn't have a stabilising gyro like the Sherman. It's not as quick firing as the Sherman. It's not as mechanically reliable as the Sherman. It doesn't have the armour of a Churchill tank or the versatility of a Churchill tank. It doesn't have the great speed and manoeuvrability of the Cromwell. And for that reason, of those 4 big main battle tanks, and indeed the T-34, upgraded T-34 and other Soviet medium tanks, this just doesn't quite cut it in the same way. And so that's why this is on the bottom of my list, my worst tanks of Second World War, but possibly a bit high. Well, I've got to say that it was a toss-up for 4th place between this one, the Hargo, the Japanese Hargo, and the Italian M14 M41. But I've edged this just ahead of the Italian version, although really not a lot in it. I mean, when this was first designed in 1933, 1934, when it first went into production in 1936, this was a pretty okay tank. I mean, it's light, it's only a little bit over 7 tons, it's a 3-man crew. But, the mid-1930s, it was okay. And when it first went into action properly in 1938 in China, it was a thing. An infantry support tank, and it was pretty good. Like a lot of Japanese stuff at the very start of the war, 1939, 1940, 41, they had quite a lot of good kit. The problem is with so much Japanese equipment, this absolutely applies to Hargo, they kind of flash out. They don't improve. The rest of the world, Britain, the United States, the Soviet Union, even Germany is progressing with their weaponry, taking on new advances, and employing new technical know-how every single turn. Not the same with the Japanese, it's the same with the legendary fighter plane, the Zero, great in 1941, even in 1942, but very quickly outclassed because it just stays the same. And this is the same for this tank. So it's got a 37mm pop gun, 2 machine guns, it's a 3-man crew. Yet again, along with a lot of these early tanks, such as the Matilda and the M1441, the commander's got to do everything. He's got to observe, he's got to load, he's got to aim, and he's got to fire. And it's just a totally practical amount of work for the commander. And that's a problem. One of the reasons why this is really absolutely my top 5 though, is because this is still being used in 1944. Production ends in 1943, they built about 2,300 of them, something like that. But this is still being used in 1944. And infamously, at the Battle of Peleliu, where 15 of these in a counterattack across the airfield just be captured and get absolutely blasted to pieces. One of the things that the Americans discovered is that when they fire armor-piercing rounds at it, the round just goes straight through one side and out the other, and actually doesn't stop it dead unless you hit it in the engine. But they found that with high explosive shells, these things just disintegrate. It is an absolute disgrace that the Imperial Japanese Army is still using these in 1944. And I'm sorry, for that reason alone, this goes into the kind of 1942, 1943, and even 1944 bracket. And for that, this was absolutely in no way fit for purpose. Start of the Second World War, and armed forces that were just about capable of taking Abyssinia and just about capable of occupying Libya, but it certainly wasn't capable of taking on modern First World powers such as Great Britain, despite the kind of problems that Britain had at the start of the war. All its armed forces were just really out of date. Even its Navy, which was the most modern, didn't have any radar, didn't have any aircraft carriers, anything like that. The Air Force was massively out of top-heavy, bad bureaucracy. The whole thing just disorganised, bad training, and everything, all that kind of fed into how they produced tanks. And this was developed this is the M14, 14 for the weight tons, 41 for when it comes out into operational service in 1941. By 1941, this is just already out of date. I mean, Italian tank design takes cue from the 1928 British Vickers tank, which of course is long gone when it started the Second World War.
With TCS, you're not a tourist, you're a traveler.
Has made traveling the world extraordinarily easy and comfortable.
It's extremely efficient by going from one activity to the next, and everything just works right.
You never touch your luggage. You never touch it. And then you get to the hotel, they have a hospitality desk waiting for you to hand you your key, and then you go to your room and magically your luggage appears.
About the local culture, you go from one culture to another and another. It's fascinating how you think you've seen it all until you get to the next place, and then you see different people, different cultures, and it's really an experience that is outstanding.
We've got wonderful people.
You basically held by the hand. I was very impressed with the organization of the entire team here. Very friendly, very patient.
Everything is completely organized down to those minute details.
Never crowded, never a big bus. We own a private jet for 3 weeks.
Many ways to transform our lives because now we can travel in a much more comfortable way.
Traveling with TCS has been absolutely amazing.
Extraordinary.
It was in a lifetime, one of the most amazing experiences of my life.
An exciting, unique adventure that we would never have wanted to miss.
With moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, my skin was no longer mine.
My active psoriatic arthritis joint symptoms held me back.
Don't let symptoms define you. Emerge as you. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months, and the majority stay clearer at 5 years. Tremfya is proven to significantly reduce joint pain, stiffness, and swelling. It's just 6 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight. Tell your doctor if you have any infection or symptoms, or if you got a vaccine or plans.
Emerge as you. Emerge Tremfyant. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
This just doesn't have enough armour and has a 47mm gun, which is just about okay in 1941. Certainly isn't by 1942. Twin machine guns here. It's a 4-man crew. It's completely unremarkable. By the time it comes onto the battlefield, it's just not really fit for purpose. It's got the same problem that a lot of early war tanks have, that you've got the commander who's also the gunner, and that's just too much responsibility. Too many things for him to do. What the commander needs to do is to be looking at what's going on, observing the battlefield, making decisions, and having someone else doing the actual firing. You can't be observing the battlefield and peering through a periscope and looking down your gun at the same time. So it's a bad design. It's designed by Ansaldo Fiat, who are the main armaments producers of vehicles in the Italian war effort in the war. And it's not incredibly reliable, it's not particularly mechanically sound. There's really not an awful lot you can say that's good about this tank in any shape or form. Okay, so this is my number 2 worst tank of the war, and I know there's going to be a lot of people who are absolutely think that's sacrilegious and outrageous. How can this magnificent tank possibly be on the worst list? Well, you've got to remember that I'm looking at this from the point of view of where they come in the context of the war. And this one was produced in 1943, most of them were produced in 1944, 112 of these were produced in 1945. I mean, the ruins of the Reich at the very end of the Second World War in Europe. And this is just completely ill-suited for the German needs at that time. Yes, it's absolutely enormous. Yes, it's incredibly terrifying if you come up against it. It's got an enormous gun. It's got 180 millimeters of frontal armour. It's got massive girth-fitting tracks. It really is an absolute giant. But it's incredibly complex. Very, very difficult to build, to maintain, incredibly costly. It operates at half a gallon per mile, or around 5 kilometres per litre, if you want to go metric, which is not very much, particularly when the Germans don't have any fuel, hardly any oil whatsoever. It's mechanically unreliable, very unreliable to start off with, because like a lot of German things in the second half of the war, it was hurried and hustled into production. And this is great when it's working, and when you've got plenty of fuel, you've got plenty of ammunition, and you've got crew that know how to operate this thing. You know, when you've got an incredibly complex piece of machinery, you need the backup behind you. You need the maintenance units. You need people who can understand how to take these things to pieces. Because it's so big, because it weighs nearly 70 tons, it needs incredibly complex and hard and tough and heavy-duty maintenance equipment to hoist, to pull things apart, lift out engines and so on. We just don't have those in the field, in the German army in 1944, second half of 1944, when it first ceased operational action in Normandy, right through to the end of the war. That just isn't there. So this looks good on paper, but in practice, it's an absolute turd. Well, I have to say, it pains me as a proud Brit to have this as my number 1 worst tank of the entire Second World War. But the Matilda Mark I really is a sorry state of affairs. I mean, look at it. I mean, there's a rule of thumb with an aircraft that if it looks good, it probably is good. If it looks like a dog, it probably is a dog. And I kind of think that theory applies to tanks as well. This just looked, and it was. Okay, I get the theory. Okay, it's the start of the war. You know, this is just closely support. You're supposed to be walking, the tanks would go slowly along with the walking infantry and just offer a little bit of bust, hence the big list. But really, tanks have moved on so much already by 1939 that this is a sorry excuse for its example. I mean, thank goodness it's got big headlights, so that's a really big help. It's got no protection on the sides at all. 60 millimeters of armour isn't going to do you much. Walking pace just a little bit more in terms of speed. That single Vickers machine gun, a 2-man tank as well, so the tank commander's got to be watching what's going on and firing and traversing the turret as well at the same time. He's got too many things to do, so that hasn't been properly thought through. It's just absolutely useless, and I know that we did quite good things on the 21st of May 1914 against Rommel's 7th Panzer Division, but that really is its only thing that you can say in its credit. It's an awful tank. It stopped in 1914 production and for very, very good reasons. Well, I hope you've enjoyed my 5 worst tanks of the Second World War. Please do subscribe to the Tank Museum's YouTube channel and support them on Patreon. I hope you approve of my list, but if you don't, then I'm Al Murray and you can have it out with me instead.
We have a fantastic selection of books, models, clothes and other gifts on the Tank Museum online shop. When you buy from our online shop, you are supporting the Tank Museum charity, and that means we can carry on caring for our collection
for producing this content. If you have supported us already, thank you very much. Subscribe and do keep watching.
Imagine being so fired that you burn your holiday pie. He's not saving that. Wow. Maybe I should get one of those. Survive the holiday with that. Powered by fries.
Look at her skin, baby. She is glowing. She is one of one. Olay Hyaluronic Body Wash has 10 times more vitamin B3 complex for visibly nourished skin. My skin is so much more moisturized. Olay Body Wash and Lotion. Discover yours.
One thing I would say I've been asked if you would talk about my 5 worst attacks. I'm not doing this, same thing up before. I'm going to do 5 most awful attacks you've got. You can't be doing it attacks here. Because mainly British things here, that's what you're saying. I can't do one. You haven't got any or attacks for the British ones we've got to do. I hope you'll enjoy it. Now this is my number 5, and it's the British Harrier Sea. It's actually a post-war ship. And just so you know, it's this yellow one on my right. Not this thing on my left, which is the MX-13. As it comes to the line, it's in the corner. You'll see the tank itself, it's shoved up. Can't move down the side, can't get behind it. That's how it is. But that's just the way I was talking. Now, Chariot Theatre was built in a hurry. It was improvisation. At the time, Major General Dudley directed the Royal Army. He was very concerned that we would soon be war with the Russians. He never said the Russians, but since we've only been trying to be at war with anybody else, we assumed. Now, he therefore decided that Cromwell has to go into action again after the Second World War. So Cromwell had a 75mm gun, which wouldn't even have scratched heavy Russian tanks. So General Langdon suggested that he wanted the 20-pound, a new gun for the Centurion. He wanted that one. Cromwell shattered it. Now he went to various people like SBRD and science, told them what he wanted, and left it to the technicians to design the tank. The Charioteer was the result. In fact, it's not horrible. The turret, besides being enormous, it has to be enormous, because to give the gun any sort of elevation, we need to have it all above the level of the hull. They did enlarge the turret. How they did that was not unacceptable. And they managed to enlarge the turret thing, and still not enough to get the gun to go up and down. So the turret had to be bigger, so the gun could do it. And the turret itself would have weighed so much that it would have ruined the tank. So the turret has armour 1.5 inches thick at the front, which isn't really much at all. But it's even worse at the sides. The sides of this turret are 1 inch thick, that's about 25 millimeters. It's nothing. And it means the thing is virtually destroyable when the thing appears to fire at it. And sending it out with a bigger gun is much the problem. Because whatever happens, it's going to hit the crew and the engine. They've done away with the front hull machine gunner, so sometimes stuck a man in the supreme company. And otherwise, it's just the ordinary Cromwell chassis, powered by the Rolls-Royce Meteor engine and crisply suspended. It has quite an automotive, quite a good chassis, but this turret is gun ruined. The gun is what we call the
20 pounds. It's about 84 millimeters caliber. And you can very hard blank but this mount you have to use. Now you could challenge the equipment to stop, like the Americans, the favourite, often quite lightweight, designed to destroy tanks, and not worry too much about incoming fire. Charity has got a coaxial machine gun, and with a coaxial machine gun alongside the main gun, the pinnacle of the coaxial machine gun is automatically a tank, and these things were issued to the British Territorial Army as their only tank available to defeat the big Russian tanks. They wouldn't have a chance, but that's how it's done. And it's really the current that makes it such an awful tank. And that's why it's not like this. But I'll tell you a bit of the story of the characters here. Apart from being a bit of service to the Territorial Army, they mostly sold abroad. Countries like Austria and Finland bought them. They were supplied to Lebanon and Jordan as tanks. They weren't that effective, but in those days it wasn't too much. As long as someone brought them and got off their hands, we were quite happy. Or relevant running tanks, and that's all that mattered. This one was actually kept as a sample, and that's why we've got it involved. And since painted it up on the markings of the Arab Legion, so it showed us a Jordanian tank, and it never was, it never left this country. And it really is one of the most dreadful tanks ever been produced. And one of the problems they found was that when they fired the gun, it produced such a huge dense cloud of smoke, the father couldn't see what was from it. So quite often, if you could manage it, the commander dismounted and walked to one side or the other, and where he could see, it had he fired, see what he was firing, but the commander couldn't. You're not supposed to do that. That's the sort of thing they have to do to make nuclear offensive. And if the Russians had allowed time, they had planned to attack the city of Moscow that season. And this is the easiest one of all to go. That's the reason why elected to include in my list of words.
Sometimes you just need a moment. Self-care has never been this easy. Gummy vitamins from Nature Meat. The #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Now, black Christmas is on my list. Works back. You may wonder why. You may think it looks pretty good. It comes at the end of the war, it's a powerful gun. You may think to yourself, well, this is crazy. There is a reason. Well, I'll come to this in a minute. Black Christmas is designed by Dr. Moses, which is why it looks very much like a church. In fact, it was originally portrayed as a large church before people of Oxford decided to call it Black Christmas. And most of the same name was Black Christmas to his friends. He never had any friends. So I don't see how they could do that. It's really a church or the football maybe wider and of course heavier because they wanted to get 17-pounder gun. But the 17-pounder like 6 gun are actually mounted in the B2 top down turret and slightly lower front end. They thought they might learn it and improve the drive. I don't really know if they did or not, but that's what they were trying to do at the time. Now, the tank itself was pretty heavy to start with. It weighed 50 tons, which was as much as really anyone wanted the tank to weigh at that time of the war. Yeah. And 40 was considered big enough. That applied to the later church definitely was a little bit over the top. But they decided they wanted to take 17 out. So when he got the A30, they were trying to make me said, sure, check the same stuff, it's not the best stuff. So my wife looked at the top, I have no idea, and they looked at it, this is the only one, this is number 4, it's from the Churchill Fighting Station, the radical fighting track, obviously carrying more weight, but the armour is actually very thick. That's its thickness of the armour on a number of the Mark 7 Churchill. It's 152 millimetres at the front, which is 6 inches, which isn't bad. They could have made this more. But the real reason why I think this is such a trend is because in the back you've got the same basic, the twin 6 engines in Churchill. And when I said that, it's the same engine, it's the same horsepower, you've got the Churchill. Yet the Churchill is talking about this is what we've done was that engine, the 50-ton tank, could only drive to 11 miles an hour. Instead of 50, the driving engine was twice as fast. But this thing could only do 11 miles an hour on a good day. The following week, up to 3 So that means one reason that I elected this tank to be one and the tank to be reduced. Why they didn't range I don't know. You reckon they could have put the Rolls-Royce engine on it? Rolls-Royce engine on is 600 and Coffee would have just this tank of about 23 miles an hour, which is quite respectable. But it would have meant that storage slightly leaning over. That's a bit of the range. And then stuff moving for it. And then around here. But then, when you've done that, it would have worked perfectly well, right? You try to drive it, you find it, you from the house. Even the gearbox is quite long. 5-speed gearbox. So the original church, they could afford the gearbox. With the gearbox, they found that they had 5 wheels running together. What they did was made sure that the driver changed gear quickly. You change gear slowly in the engine. Well, the tank would stop. 1.5 seconds. The quickest tank will drive forward and start to burn and work the way through the gear. So as you went up the gear, change gear quickly. So that the tank still has some momentum. Got up to the next gear. That's one of the other things. But the real thing it's hard to explain why they think it's idiotic, only level is the Maxwell is really considered set out today by men. So why is it always in the new tax? That's why on my list is really dreadful tax. That's
If we turn Boost Mobile into a legit nationwide 5G network, there's just one problem.
And no one knows that. So to get people excited, we're offering unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 per month, even with a single line.
I went to another place yesterday. That is without a more expensive. So, if I quit right now, I will still get it. Yes, but are you quitting? No. Are you quitting? No.
No. Going your course. It's not the way. Judges this and I'm 50. The only true actually not the music. It's actually L1 and 3. Because I'm from them, and out the reason I selected it, one of my unfortunate things, is because it suffers from the same way as
like this takes you from the nothing, right? But in order to float, it's got to be great, to be traced in armour. But in order to resist anti-tank fire, it needs to have really thick armour. And it's a conundrum that they can't really sort out. This particular tank actually has a hull that is in armour inside. And it's surrounded by these floats and cable and they go in. And they're supposed to keep it away from the wind. But really, the whole thing is a joke. It's not bulletproof in any sense of the word. Wrong. But that's really what it shows. The whole fact that all the although they go on land and water, are in fact the other trouble is good enough at going on land very fast and in fact in the water. I can show you why in a minute. But it's getting out of the water and have a problem. They can choose where they go in, but they can't always choose where they come out. If when they come out and spend nothing, they're likely to get stuck. If there are loads of reeds there, they're likely to get snarled up in there and not climb up the back. So that's always a drawback for all of them. They're good enough to land and good enough to the water. Absolutely hopeless to get out. Now, I'd like to be able to show you the outfit. It's not that easy, but we've got the drive sprocket at the front from each side. The drive sprocket drives the shaft from each drive sprocket. The shaft goes back to the propeller. The propellers are in what are known as core rods. The propeller is surrounded by a rudder. It's like a tin shroud. And the two propellers go left and right as you expect, and the rudder goes with it. So the steering is actually very effective in the water. But that doesn't really stop being sort of tackled out of the water. They're completely, utterly useless as a tank. It's armed with a thick rocket machine gun, which is probably better than the thick machine gun just. And that's on the side of this basically, so the turret. And it has a crew that driver in the front here and the commander in the front. And though it may look bizarre, it really is absolutely useful. And you wonder why it bothered this vehicle came out. Formula was, they tested it. They weren't happy with it. They put it away when they had a war. Tested it up. It was absolutely fine. Dragged out the thing and started up. And they they never got it first. They only built the one, never built the other one. And this is it. Just one really important pointless factor. Built on a very good reason about they couldn't. And that's it. It's not what it's powered by a level of it. It's like power. But it could be open. Like, which is what they're really meant for.
Now at Verizon, get iPhone 16 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. 24/7. Shop refresh.
We're going to look now at the common factor. This is number 2 in my list, and it's done for a reason because it is really an awful tank by general consensus. Much anything else. To start off, the tank was built originally by the London and Scottish Railway Company, who weren't actually probably the ideal people to design the tank, but they had got the department of design. And oddly enough, it's such a good look. But it's difficult to see how it could be so awful, but it is. Originally, when it was designed, they decided to make it the first all-weather tank. It's going to be constructed after the weld, and so it didn't require any internal strain. And the trouble was, the LNS company, the railway company, was doing it as well. They had difficulties And they persuaded France to take the fight that as the tank living. We couldn't even trade with the armors too. Then it even put up the way. The next problem was the wind. The original idea that the thing is wheels mounted in the mountain. Because that was right. They discovered their horror that the Royal Air Force was an absolute ban, and anyone else using cavalry except themselves, because they wouldn't get their aircraft constructed. For that reason, the wheels that they rather speed, they couldn't be strong, but they put the weight up again, snacks. So the time they construed this, the extra space, the extra weight of the wheels, they've already reached the limit of what this tank could support. So weight. They did nothing. Putting that right. Hope for the best. Powered by a hollow nuclear overcross with the metal engine, which is in fact caused by the turret, and it's got the radiators here at the front. Nothing else to it. First of all, the weight of the truck. The fact that they designed it as a welded tank, got over the wheel, and that's really the really tank to start off. The rest of it, we do for the best. It is really too small. The thing was that the design was terrific. This amazing selection of horizontal arms is tremendously good because the one thing you don't need is any vertical base of armour and will absorb fire. You want it as horizontal as you can get it. And with the hull, the duct, we made it as flat way back. It's hard to vertical base on it. With the turret, it's slightly different. You've got a vertical base in front. And notice how the turret comes out to the side to the field of bulge out. And the reason for that is because they lowered the helm to 10 feet. They wanted as much room as possible to use the elbow. There's 3 members to it. There's the immediate room. So if they move the elbow up around, they have room to push it without taking the side. That's why it comes with a weird language shape at the top. The real mistake in this tank is placing the radiators to the front and the engine in the back. There are 2 radiators under this armour roof, and they are both to cool the engine. The engine is the same, horizontally placed yours, but I it's quite an effective engine system. But you don't. You're designing a tank. So the emphasis is raising the different pieces of the engine. So it's not meant to go there. The result is got the radiator in front. Every single one of them. When they left the factory having developed, they didn't do it. Usually it was already made the boy, something like that. And it was all to do with where it was. They did try it, trouble changing, kept changing the layout, the cooling tank, and everything else. Try and make it work for the didn't. Beautiful. And it meant that those 400 of these tanks do. Now they're full. Never a cent confident in road ever used to train. And that's the time when this country was desperate for tanks. The Commonwealth wished to try and form the trade. I've had it suggested that had we put a big gun later on, it would have made a good, quite reliable sausage tank. But really, this was a tank designed in 1938. It's got all the summer months into it. It just fit for a battlefield of 1944. So that might be a really helpful demonstration. And it had a 2,000 gun turret, and that was so that was that. The real problem with the tank is putting the radiator front and then the roof and cooling the pipe down the roof, pass down the side of the pipe, so that whenever the man gets out of the tank, rather than fall down, it was pretty hot. And it meant that the current itself got very warm, which is okay, cold, not so hot because you don't want a warm touch, you're already been roasting out the stuff. Otherwise, it's quite difficult. facade, but it's tough as nothing. And when the police get consistently being rented, it's nothing but trouble. They were originally full wheels and transmissions, but that's something else we've started. So the tanks were brought from crashing in the box, metal in the box, and then two bolt-on units, metal sites drying like what's on the side. That's all it's got, like not on top of it. With modern transmission equipment, and if they had better money available to some, that's not bad. I mean, it was a dreadful tank, not the worst, not quite, certainly as far as the army was concerned, in the Second World War, one of the worst tanks that had cost the Soviet history. They never used the worst. That's that is a fucking side place.
I'm so excited to bring you this holiday glam look featuring Ulta Beauty at Target. Let's start with the Morphe Party Crusher eyeshadow palette and the Lip Scentsy Baby Gloss Bomb. Then I applied the Glamnetic press-on nails. I got all these products for under $20 each at Ulta Beauty at Target.
Right, now what we're going to look at next is A38 Valley. This is the top of my list of tanks for reuse. There is nothing in the whole tank will get more dreadful than this. And I mean that, but we'll talk about it anyway. For a start, it's designed with heavy assault. The ability to conduct organized and counterterrorism operations anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. And we've proven our ability to do that, including places like Afghanistan.
Bueno, Venezuela, you know, so Argentina is everything Venezuela, continually harassing members of the opposition that's sheltering in their diplomatic colonies. South
most targeted. Your military capabilities have been all but decimated. Your main leader is gone. The leader of your buddy Hezbollah, Hezbollah is now in the ceasefire arrangement, which is still with Israel. Iran is not coming to proceed. There is no capital for the Hamas right now. So this is the time, and I think that's what Jay was alluding to. There has been an awful lot of pressure put on anybody supporting Hamas, and now given where they are and how weak they are, this is the moment to make this deal. That's why I think Jay believes that we're getting close. This is a great opportunity right now.
Just to follow on Gaza, I think those comments which we saw earlier today, Jay Sallers said the posture of the Prime Minister Netanyahu continued to deal in the posture of Hamas at the negotiating table in a way that the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon had changed favorably toward the Gaza Strip. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that dynamic and what was referenced?
Well, it's kind of my answer to Henry. I mean, the situation for Hamas is rapidly changing, particularly because of what's happening. And I would add, what happened was commencing Syria. Because Al-Assad's gone. And who was Assad's main backer? Iran. Iran was not only unwilling, but unable to back Assad. It's just more proof, or should be more proof, to Hamas leaders that there is, as I said, no cavalry coming to the rescue. So they're at a moment of weakness and desperation. This is the time to make this deal and move forward on it. Now, whether they'll do it or not, as Jake said, we can't be certain, but we believe there's an opportunity here to move it, and that's why Jake's going to reach it.
The U.S. has stated that one of its primary goals is to make sure that ISIS does not become taken down. In the days since these opportunities on, have you seen any information or any intelligence
Well, the courts are a pretty important situation right now. There's 9 justices in this court. We need 6 to validate each individual. Right now, they only have 6 sitting justices, 3 for reappointment. So they're going to have to probably sit back, appoint 3 justices to get to 9, and then do the review. And then I think that the Robertson task force, I suspect, will eventually. This was totally inappropriate. There was no national security emergency at that moment. It was just a feeling of frustration by a political leader who, while very successful overseas with the United States and Korea, was deeply unpopular. Excuse me, the United States and Japan was successful, but he was deeply unpopular with Korea. There's 25,000 Americans that are mostly army and some Air Force. Many families there. I think they can celebrate professionally for this, the Americans did. And the Americans are a lot about army structure and a new way of army structure with the South Koreans. So we also are very close to the South Korean military. Beyond that, President Biden and his Japanese counterparts is really pushing for the trilateral security arrangements that are aimed at North Korea. And now we've had, over the last 3 months, the resignation of the Japanese leader, his replacement, and the Chinese-friendly Korean leader. So I think a lot of advances that the Biden administration deserves some credit are really mistaken for now kind of going backwards as democracy backslid in Korea and in Japan, a less organized leader, was selected as prime minister. Well, North Korea's having a great deal the last 3 or 4 months, right? So their support to Russia from the Ukraine conflict, and Russia finally works on the ground, but it's now with this very strategic messaging of 12,000 North Korean troops fighting in Ukraine. What that's required is now no Russia will have anything to do with Korea. So we expect technology for air defense, for missile technology, to fall from Russia to Ukraine. So first, they're going to get stronger. Second, they now look at South Korea and, greatest strength in their democracy is kind of put at risk by President Yoon's actions of declaring martial law. So North Korea is stronger, South Korea is weaker, not money. South Korea still has the best ally. They have the United States. They have 25,000 Russian troops committed to the security of South Korea, and they have a long-standing bilateral alliance with us to ensure their security around the world.
And I was going to ask about that as much as showing some of the videos you can see all of the American flags that are torn alongside the Korean flags. Some folks even have such as colors related to flags as well. Is this just a show of support from North Korea and want to stand with these countries? I've never seen this service of the American flag being able to place that people are trying to rally for their own organization.
I think the Israeli flag is whatever, but the U.S. flags in Korea is not unusual. The United States, South Korea exists as a country. The United States flag, the United Nations effort to defend South Korea against first North Korean invasion and then allowing Chinese North Korean invasion and attempts to unify the country under Congress. The flags in 1953. And the United States has stayed there since 1953 as a defensive force supporting South Korea's liberty and independence. We encourage South Korea
already know. Yeah, what's it? You want to be an outside dog? I bet you do. You should be, you dirty bastard. She gets cold. She never gets cold. She is now. It's the first time I've seen that. She's lifting her paws up. Come on. Yes. Gotta back up. Fucking pulls and pulls and pulls.